Chapter 39-33. Lin Xian guessed that it should be the man from the peacock tribe. But so what? His divine eye shot out a golden blade of light and directly erased the soul of that person. The soul screamed as it disappeared. Damn it, I don't care who you are. I will definitely tear you into pieces. Then, he turned into green smoke and disappeared. Lin Xian did not care about such a threat. If the other party dared to come, he would destroy him. That was all. He stared in front of him in surprise. This place was too unusual. It could even temper weapons. There were more than 10 sacred weapons. Although they had not been completely tempered, they had already taken shape. They should be able to take shape after a period of time. Once they were formed, how terrifying would their power be? They were tempered with yin and yang qi. He looked carefully and found that the materials needed to make these sacred weapons were extremely precious. They were all rare metals. Some of them had even gone extinct. He had to search hundreds of worlds to find a little bit of them. Good stuff. It was indeed good stuff. Lin Xian was overjoyed. This gossip really surprised him. Lin Xian was overjoyed and strode forward. Stop! The people around him shouted coldly. Lin Xian turned around and asked coldly, "How dare you stop me?" Those people trembled in fear. To be honest, the other party had easily killed the Peacock tribe's expert. This made their scalps tingle. However, they could not just watch as the other party went to get the treasure now. They said, "Lin Wudi, don't be too arrogant. Our experts will be here soon. Yes, senior sister He Feng will also be here. You'd better stay there obediently. It's impossible for you to take this place for yourself." Humph. Lin Xian reached out a large black and white hand and slapped forward. "How dare you!" That person roared and took out a fiery red tree branch to block. However, with a bang, he exploded. His body was torn into pieces, and his soul fled in panic. The surrounding people were terrified again. One had to know that the fiery red tree branch could block the ice fan. One could imagine that it was also a treasure. But even one of Lin Xian's cards couldn't stop him. Good stuff. Lin Xian sent that expert flying. Seeing the fiery red branch, he snatched it and used his heavenly fate god eye to erase the soul on it. "This thing belongs to me." The soul of that powerful being was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. However, he didn't dare to say anything. He was only heavily injured now. If he dared to make a ruckus again, his heart and soul would probably be destroyed. Damn it. It looks like I can only wait for senior brother Golden Rock to come and avenge him. Who else dares to stop me? Lin Xian didn't step forward. Instead, he looked around. Those people fell silent. They were no match for him at all. Seeing that no one dared to stop him, Lin Xian walked forward. He wanted to go in and collect all of the saint artifacts. However, he had only taken a few steps when the saint artifacts in front of him began to attack. Their terrifying auras made Lin Xian jump in fright. His figure flashed and dodged the attacks. Then, he frowned. They could actually take the initiative to attack. Interesting. He reached out a large black and white palm and sent the attacks flying. Then, he grabbed toward the inside. However, he found that the saint artifacts could still move. It seemed that they had formed a weapon formation. He couldn't take them down in a short time. Lin Xian frowned. The people around him were also surprised. Soon, those people sneered. Great, it seemed that the treasures weren't so easy to take. So what if this Lin Wudi was strong? In the end, he was still stopped by these sacred weapons. When their experts arrived, it would be his time of death. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He was proficient in formations. After deducing for a while, he found a way to break it. However, he needed some special methods. He turned his head and stared at the expert from the Thousand Demon City. You, come here. That expert's body had been destroyed and had just recovered. When he saw Lin Wuti, his body trembled and he almost knelt on the ground. He braced himself and said, "What do you want?" "I've thought of a way to break it, but I need someone to experiment with." "Go up and try it." As soon as he said that, the surrounding people were stunned. The great monster from the Thousand Demon City was so angry that he vomited blood. "Damn it, do you want me to be your lab rat?" He was about to faint from anger. "You've gone too far." Lin Xian sneered after hearing that. "Can't I? When I first came here, many of you did the same thing. Even my junior brother from Wushuang City was treated the same way. I'm giving you a taste of your own medicine. Can't I do that?" Lin Xian's body emitted a terrifying aura. It was incomparably mysterious and made people's hair stand on end. The others were silent. Indeed, they had used this sort of method many times before. It was merely that Lin Xian was the one who had used it. They felt uncomfortable all over. "Now, I'll give you two choices. Either you do the experiment, or I kill you now. You can choose for yourself." The great monster fell silent. He really didn't want to make a choice. Both of the results were extremely dangerous. However, in the end, he sighed. It was better to listen to Lin Xian. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to survive. As soon as he raised his head, he saw a black and white palm slapping over and turning him into a bloody mist. Even his soul couldn't escape. He was dead. Everyone was stunned. What was going on? Why did Lin Wuti suddenly attack? Lin Xian retracted his palm and snorted coldly. "You've had too much time to think. I don't give you that much time. Next, you. Which path do you want to take?" This time, it was an expert who became a god of thunder. He was so scared that he wet his pants. "Damn, this method is too ruthless." He nodded without hesitation. "I'm willing to be the lab rat." What a joke. If he hesitated for a while longer, he would probably be turned into a bloody pulp. "Very good. What about you?" Lin Xian looked at the others. Those people felt their scalps go numb. They nodded one after another. "We're willing to try." However, there was an exception, and that was the people from the Thousand Swords Pavilion. He said coldly, "Kid, do you know who I am? I'm from the Thousand Swords Pavilion. If you dare to touch me, try it." This was a young man. He seemed to be a young genius. However, his strength was already very terrifying. Although his cultivation was at the middle stage of the fifth heavenly layer. Although he was at the fifth heaven level, coupled with the law of sword and countless exquisite sword techniques, his combat strength was probably not weaker than a fifth heaven level. Even Lin Xian suspected that he was a chief disciple. However, he quickly rejected that idea. No, a chief disciple should be stronger than this. If it was a year ago, his strength would be that of a chief disciple. However, in this year, he had obtained too much fortune in this Roland's Golden Palace. The chief disciple had already advanced by leaps and bounds. This person only had the strength of a chief disciple back then. Now, in front of him, he was nothing. Chapter 39-34. Are they from the Myriad Swords Pavilion? They are a group of sword saints. It's too terrifying. I heard that a core disciple of the Myriad Swords Pavilion was training outside, and a top family of a world injured him. As a result, countless sword saints from the Myriad Swords Pavilion arrived. That family, including that world, was annihilated. Since then, very few people dared to offend the Myriad Swords Pavilion. Indeed, these sword saints were too powerful. Especially this group of them, they could really wipe out everything. Coupled with the fact that they had destroyed a world, no one dared to provoke the Myriad Swords Pavilion. Only some extremely terrifying existences would dare to do so. Would this Lin Xian dare to do so? The young man from the Myriad Swords Pavilion raised his head with a sneer in his eyes. How dare this guy touch him? He was sure that this guy would die miserably. The Myriad Swords Pavilion. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Your senior sister Fire Phoenix was defeated by me. How dare you be arrogant in front of me? Impossible. You're talking nonsense. The young man from the Myriad Swords Pavilion roared crazily. He did not believe it at all. How powerful was their senior sister Fire Phoenix? How could she possibly lose to him? The Myriad Swords Pavilion had their own pride, and they would not allow others to humiliate them. His body was emitting a terrifying sword law. I don't care what kind of tricks you used. If you dare to injure my senior sister Fire Phoenix, you're dead meat. Let me tell you, there is an expert from the Myriad Swords Pavilion on the pilgrim list. Do you dare to do it? As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. That's right, how could they forget about this? The few monsters on the pilgrim list were all here. One of them was indeed from the Myriad Swords Pavilion. He was in existence even more terrifying than the chief disciple. Because he was a minor saint, his strength was extremely strong. Now that he had suppressed his cultivation base, he was still far stronger than ordinary experts. Other than the opponents on the pilgrim list, he could be said to be invincible in the world. Who would dare to provoke such a person? Oh, someone on the pilgrim list. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and did not say a word. Currently, he knew that there were two people on the pilgrim list. One was from the Myriad Swords Pavilion, and the other was from the Great Desolation Mansion. He wondered which holy city the others were from. Hee, kid, are you afraid? The young man from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion raised his chin even higher. What Lin Wudi? What chief disciple? In front of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, weren't they the same? Seeing this scene, the crowd fell silent. After all, the names of the experts on the pilgrim roll were truly terrifying. At this moment, another person stepped forward. Lin Wudi, you're too arrogant. You want to take it all for yourself. Try touching me. Wow, did someone jump out again? The crowd was shocked. Soon after, he exclaimed in surprise. So they were from the Great Desolate Mansion. The Great Desolate Mansion also had a spot on the pilgrim roll. Its deterrence was no weaker than that of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Therefore, at this moment, they also jumped out and clamored. Lin Wudi was finished. Everyone knew that Lin Wudi was definitely going to retreat this time. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion was already on the verge of collapsing, let alone the Great Desolation Mansion. Not to mention Lin Wudi, even the Golden Rock and the others would not dare to be presumptuous. Lin Xian glanced at the other party, his eyes flickering, but he did not say a word. In front, the person from the Great Desolation Mansion sneered. Lin Wudi, how dare you be arrogant in front of us? Get lost. Kneel down obediently and hand over your treasures. If you do, I'll give you a quick death. Everyone fell silent. There was nothing they could do. After all, the Great Desolation Mansion had an expert on the pilgrim roll. However, at this moment, everyone was stunned. This was because they saw Lin Xian make a move. Another black and white palm stretched out and instantly enveloped the expert from the Great Desolation Mansion. Then, the palm exerted force and killed the person. Ah! The person's body was shattered. Sacred blood flowed out from his fingertips and pierced through the void. He roared crazily. "Damn it, how dare you hurt me? Are you tired of living? The Great Desolation Mansion has an expert on the pilgrim roll. If he attacks, you'll definitely die. Let me go." However, Lin Xian did not say a word. What answered him was an even more ferocious attack. The two types of laws formed a taiji diagram and killed the person completely. Lin Xian released his hand. Endless blood splattered and fell into the void, forming a void. "Are you threatening me?" "Humph, go to hell then." Lin Xian's voice was icy cold. Everyone was stunned. Heavens! What did Lin Wuti do? He killed someone from the Great Desolation Mansion. Moreover, he did it after bringing out an expert on the pilgrim roll. Wasn't this a slap to the pilgrim roll's face? The pilgrim roll was extremely terrifying. The second astral realm was extremely vast and there were many sacred cities. In each sacred city, there were even several generations of disciples fighting for a spot on the pilgrim roll. One could imagine how intense the competition was. At this moment, there were only 7 people on the pilgrim roll. These 7 people represented an unimaginable strength. Needless to say, they were definitely the strongest. Would it be a good thing to provoke such a person? However, Lin Wuti had directly provoked them. Moreover, he had directly slapped them in the face. He had killed an expert from the Great Desolation Mansion. Everyone was shocked by this. The young man from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion was also stunned. His eyes were wide open and his back was covered in cold sweat. How could Lin Xian dare to attack him? To be honest, he was stunned. Previously, he had brought out the pilgrim roll, thinking that Lin Xian was afraid and would definitely give in. Moreover, if the Great Desolation Mansion came out again, Lin Xian would definitely die. However, Lin Xian did not give in at all. Instead, he attacked and killed the person who had provoked him. Lin Xian did not care about the pilgrim roll or the dazzling genius at all. He was a madman. Would Lin Xian attack him now? Indeed, in the next moment, he felt Lin Xian's gaze and his eyelids twitched violently. What are you trying to do? At this moment, the young man no longer had the arrogance from before. Instead, there was a deep sense of fear. This person was a demon king who did not play by the rules. The people on the pilgrim roll were very powerful, but they only represented themselves. If you want to rely on the pilgrim roll to show off, fine. However, if you want to use the power of the pilgrim roll to suppress me, then you are too naive. Lin Xian took a step forward. The 2 types of laws on his body condensed to form a strange taiji pattern. He even mobilized the surrounding yin and yang qi to form a force of heaven and earth. The pressure was so strong that the young man from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion could not withstand it at all. With a bang, he knelt on the ground. His body trembled. "No, don't kill me." He begged for mercy in horror. He knelt. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion had knelt. The people around him had all gone crazy. Lin Xian was the same. He threw his head back and laughed, his eyes filled with endless arrogance. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion, the Great Desolation Mansion, whoever stood in his way. He would kill them all. Chapter 39-35. Wasn't the 10,000 Swords Pavilion arrogant? Didn't they think that no one dared to provoke them? Fine, he would let them know what despair was. He would not kill them, but he would torture them. He wanted to defeat their pride and make them grovel before him. That was 100 times worse than killing them. As expected, the young man from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion came to his senses and realized that he had already knelt before Lin Fan. He could not take it anymore. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted from anger. He would probably live in Lin Xian's shadow for the rest of his life. Of the two geniuses who were born, one fainted from anger, and the other was killed. The remaining people did not dare to rebel. They obediently followed Lin Xian's orders and began to experiment like lab rats. Thus, Lin Xian began to decipher the formation. A few days later, the aura of this place completely filled the air. A terrifying figure descended and roared in all directions. Lin Wudi, die. A huge seal slammed down. It was incomparably black, and it covered the sky and the earth. It directly enveloped Lin Xian. With a bang, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Lin Xian's figure swayed and dodged the attack. Then, he looked into the distance. A powerhouse had arrived. The others were also stunned. In the next moment, they saw a mighty man in a battle robe descending. It was the man from the peacock tribe. It seemed that he was here for revenge. Boz. On the other side, a golden light filled the sky. The golden rock also appeared. The saber light on his body destroyed a part of the world. You're still alive. Fine, I'll kill you with my own hands. His voice was filled with endless dominance. In the sky, flames spread. A phoenix spun and formed a beautiful figure. It had turned into a fire phoenix. Kid, I'll make you wish you were dead. The fire phoenix roared angrily. Her eyes were also filled with monstrous killing intent. They were already aware of what had happened. Lin Fan dared to humiliate the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. She had to kill him. 3 great powerhouses had arrived. Everyone was in an uproar. They knew that Lin Wudi would not be able to escape. The people on the Pilgrim leaderboard had great reputations, but they were too far away, and they did not come to the Golden Palace. Therefore, Lin Wudi dared to clamor. But now, 3 great powerhouses had descended together, joining forces to hunt down Lin Xian. This time, Lin Wudi should shrink back and be afraid, right? Oh, are they all here? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked around. That's good. Saves me the trouble of looking for you guys one by one. Today, I will kill all of you together. He was very excited. In his opinion, one was not enough. Only when the 3 of them worked together would he be able to use Tai Chi with all his strength. Upon hearing those words, the faces of the 3 experts darkened. He was too arrogant. Did he really think that the other party was invincible? This brat really didn't know what was good for him. In this 1 year, my growth in strength is not something you can imagine. The man from the peacock race shouted coldly. Said the golden rock coldly. Today, I will definitely kill you. Lin Wudi, you're too arrogant. Today is the day you die. Huo Feng also stood out, surrounded by killing intent. Wang. She was the first to attack. Her terrifying sword technique swept across heaven and earth, slashing toward Lin Xian. She slashed out with her saber, sweeping through everything. The golden rock also attacked. When the 2 of them attacked together, their power was extremely terrifying. The surrounding people went crazy. Heavens, were the 3 great powerhouses going to attack together? It was too unbelievable. They thought that with the other party's status and strength, he would at least fight alone. Wasn't it a little too much for the 3 of them to attack together? However, the 3 powerhouses did not seem to be embarrassed. At this moment, all of them attacked crazily. The golden rock roared, and beams of light slashed down from the sky, turning into terrifying phantoms of demonic beasts that pounced toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved his hands. The laws of death and the laws of sun quickly condensed and were pushed out by him. With a boom, the terrifying yin and yang completely shattered the other party's saber. Not only that, the power also charged toward the golden rock. So powerful. The surrounding people were stunned. They knew that the golden rock had changed in the past year. It was absolutely incomparable. It was far from being comparable to before. In their opinion, Lin Wuti might not be able to block it. But now, even his invincible strength was really shocking. What had the other party experienced in the past year? The golden rock was also stunned. Although the attack just now was not his most powerful attack, he did not hold back. But even so, he was still easily sent flying by the other party. This was a little too unbelievable. What kind of power did the other party use? Why did he feel that there was a terrifying power of yang and a terrifying chill? And the two seemed to have merged. Impossible. He roared crazily, dodged the other party's attack, and at the same time, attacked forcefully. The other two also attacked. A fiery red longsword appeared in Huofeng's hand, and with monstrous laws, she slashed forward. Incomparably brilliant sword light flashed, and terrifying laws filled the air. On the other side, Mr. Peacock and Gengzi roared, and their palms turned into a large five-colored seal that descended from the sky. It was like an ancient divine mountain that could suppress everything. Kill! Lin Xian roared to the sky. He wanted to fight the three powerhouses alone. At this moment, he was extremely domineering. With the death laws in his left hand and the sun laws in his right, he crossed his hands, and the two forces merged perfectly under the effect of Tai Chi Kill. At this moment, the power of yin and yang on Lin Xian's body trembled, and a terrifying aura spread. He charged out forcefully. With a wave of his hand, the light of yin and yang cut open the space in front of him like lightning. He sent the other party's sword chi flying, and at the same time, he raised his foot and blocked the mountain moon seal in the sky. Lin Xian's attacks were bold and powerful, and his strength was incomparable. He fought with the three powerhouses, and an earth-shattering sound was heard. The surrounding people went crazy, and their eyeballs almost fell out. This Lin Wuti was too heaven-defying. He could really fight the three of them alone. This was impossible. Many people screamed crazily. Lin Wuti's strength was extremely strong, and he could fight against any one of the three powerhouses, so they could believe it. But to fight against the three of them together, they would not dare to believe it even if they were beaten to death. What kind of strength did the three of them have? If they joined forces, no one would be able to stop them. But now, Lin Wuti blocked them. How was this possible? Those people from the holy city were also shocked. The young man from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion was so scared that he knelt on the ground again. He originally thought that with their senior sister Fire Phoenix here, he could hold his head high and take revenge for him. But now, it seemed that it would be difficult to achieve. Golden Rock, Fire Phoenix, and Peacock's pupils shrank, and their hearts were filled with shock. They were quite confident in their own strength. In their opinion, if the three of them attacked crazily without caring about their own safety, they would be able to kill the other party in an instant. But now, more than 50 moves had passed, and they were still unable to do anything to the other party. Damn it, the other party's aura was too terrifying. It seemed to have turned into yin and yang. The surrounding yin and yang qi was being mobilized by the other party. Could it be that this kid had obtained the yin and yang inheritance? Or had he cultivated the yin and yang laws? Chapter 39-36. Damn it. No, they had to capture this kid. They had to find out his secrets. The three of them were envious. They were envious of the strength of one against three. They had to obtain this power. Boz. The man from the peacock race was the first to attack. He roared and a large seal appeared in his hand. It was a large black seal that looked like black jade. As soon as it appeared, it suppressed the entire area. The surroundings instantly darkened. Those who were watching the battle felt their hair stand on end. Retreat quickly. What was that? That black seal was too terrifying. It was even more terrifying than the frost fan from before. Everyone now understood why the peacock man did not want the frost fan. It turned out that he had a better treasure. When the seal fell, the golden rock and fire phoenix were extremely shocked. They sneered. The other party should be dead now, right? Lin Xian also felt a chill down his spine. This should be the other party's trump card, right? No wonder he was so arrogant before. He had indeed obtained an incredible opportunity. He snorted coldly and activated the Tai Chi art. The power of death and the law of sun gathered in his hand, forming a Tai Chi art. He pushed it out. Boom! The Tai Chi art was as fast as lightning. It broke through the sky and hit the black seal. With a loud clang, the pitch-black seal was sent flying. Not only that, the Tai Chi art did not slow down. It quickly attacked the peacock man. How was that possible? The surrounding people were completely stunned. The golden rock and fire phoenix could not believe it. The peacock man's pupils constricted. How powerful was that seal? He was confident that it could suppress the golden rock and fire phoenix. Could he not kill the other party? However, the other party sent him flying with a single attack. Damn it! What was that yin-yang light? It was too terrifying. He quickly retreated, but he realized that it was too late. That lightning-like killing intent had locked onto him. Damn it! He could only activate his battle robe to protect his body. With a loud boom, the attack landed on his battle robe and sent him flying. Boom! The void shattered, the sky collapsed, and the earth cracked. The yin-yang chi completely exploded. The peacock man vomited large mouthfuls of blood. He was too frightened. He was injured. How was that possible? The surrounding people were also screaming non-stop. That was an ancient battle robe made from the skins of dozens of sages. Its defensive power was astonishing. Not many people under the Minor Saint realm could break it. But now, it was broken by Lin Wudi. No, the Saint battle robe was not damaged. It was just that the impact was too strong. The Saint battle robe was unable to completely block the attack, so the force was transmitted, injuring the mighty one from the peacock race. There were experts analyzing the situation at the back. When the others heard this, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Just what kind of power could be so powerful? Look, what is that yin-yang light? Everyone screamed. They saw that the yin and yang energies did not disappear. Instead, they were spinning in the sky. Could it be the yin-yang diagram? At last they were frightened. Two yin-yang fishes circled in the air. If this wasn't a yin-yang diagram, then what was it? This Lin Wudi had actually grasped the power of the origin source. Damn it, he had obtained a heaven-defying fortune. At this moment, everyone went crazy. They finally understood why Lin Xian dared to challenge 3 people at once. It turned out that he had such a terrifying power of the origin source. Impossible, did he really know it? The golden rock and the fire phoenix were dumbfounded. The man from the peacock race looked extremely ugly. His wounds healed quickly, but his face was extremely pale. Why aren't you guys attacking? The 3 of us will use all our trump cards. I don't believe that we can't suppress him. At that time, the power of the origin source will be ours. All right. The golden rock and the fire phoenix nodded. They no longer stayed behind. The golden rock took out a yin-yang vase. It also had the yin and yang energies flowing in it. The fire phoenix also took out an ancient mirror. The front side was yang, and the back side was yin. It carried an extremely terrifying aura. What a terrifying treasure. It actually contained the yin and yang energies. It seemed that these two people had also obtained an incredible fortune. These should be two sacred tools. The surrounding people's eyes turned red. However, the golden rock and the fire phoenix's eyes were even redder. Although they had obtained such sacred tools and their power was unparalleled, how could they be compared to Lin Xian? Lin Xian himself could use the power of the origin source. It was a completely different concept from wielding a sacred tool. They naturally wanted to master this power themselves, and not rely on sacred tools. However, they were still confident. Although Lin Xian had mastered the power of the origin source, so what? Lin Xian only had a year's time. He wouldn't have cultivated it too deeply. He should have only grasped a little. If the three of them joined forces, they should be able to suppress Lin Xian. Kill him. The golden rock roared angrily. The yin-yang vase in his hand released a terrifying aura. It quickly swept towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt a terrifying devouring power that seemed to want to swallow him. It seemed that the yin-yang vase could suck people in and then refine them with the yin and yang energies. On the other side, the fire phoenix also attacked. He struck out the yin-yang mirror in his hand. Two completely opposite forces flew out. This was a fatal blow. The peacock roared angrily. The pitch-black seal fell again. This place had been completely destroyed. Everyone was sent flying. Many of them coughed up blood. Their eyes were filled with fear. It was too terrifying. The three of them attacked so powerfully that no one could stop them. Lin Xian's eyes also burst with a cold murderous intent. Lin Xian's face was also extremely gloomy. He activated the Taiji art crazily. A Taiji pattern appeared on his body. He waved his fists, opening and closing them wide. Every strike carried the power of Taiji. It was extremely powerful. Boom! He reached out and grabbed the seal, controlling it in midair. On the other side, the terrifying yin-yang mirror was also kicked away by him. Lin Xian didn't resist the terrifying devouring power at all. Instead, he used the force to quickly fly forward. Great! The golden rock sneered. However, it didn't take long for him to become terrified. He decisively retreated. He realized that Lin Xian seemed to be coming towards him. It seemed that Lin Xian wasn't sucked in by the yin-yang vase. He was doing it on purpose. Lin Xian charged in front of him. The Taiji on his body burst out and blocked the yin-yang vase. At the same time, he punched out. The golden rock retreated and vomited blood. Ah! The golden rock roared and slashed out with the golden saber in his hand. He was crazy. He was injured, and he was easily injured by Lin Xian. Damn it, he couldn't stand it. Lin Wuti was too brave. Yes, the three great experts had taken out such terrifying sacred artifacts, but they couldn't do anything to him. No one would be able to suppress him. Chapter 39-37. Attack. The fire phoenix controlled the yin-yang mirror while executing a peerless sword technique. The terrifying flames transformed into phoenixes one after another, rushing over. On the other side, the man from the peacock race activated the black seal while executing the ultimate divine ability of the peacock race. They would not let the other party kill the golden rock. Lin Xian was not afraid of that. His body emitted a Tai Chi symbol. The terrifying power of yin and yang filled the world. Moreover, he had the divine body, the dragon sword soul, and an unparalleled secret skill. Each of them was a peerless divine ability. Therefore, at this moment, his power was at its peak. Boom! He punched out with the power of yin and yang, accompanied by the roar of a dragon. It directly knocked away the sword chi that filled the sky and charged towards the fire phoenix. The fire phoenix screamed and unleashed an even more terrifying sword light to block the attack. However, she was so scared that she broke out in cold sweat. Every attack from the other party was a great threat to her. At this moment, the man from the peacock race also charged over. His five-colored divine light could sweep through everything. However, with a wave of Lin Xian's hand, the power of Tai Chi and the stellar transposition, it was as if four tails could move 1,000 caddies. The five-colored divine light was pushed aside by him and charged towards the golden rock. The golden rock had just stopped his injuries when he saw the five-colored divine light. He quickly blocked the attack. However, he was still forced back and vomited blood again. "Aw, damn it, you attacked me." He stared at the man from the peacock race with murderous intent. The man from the peacock race also had a cold expression. "Look carefully, it's not me who hit you. It's this kid's strange attack." Humph. The golden rock was very cold and did not say anything else. He had experienced such a strange attack before. Last time, he was injured by such an attack, so his expression was extremely cold. "Everyone, let's attack together." An earth-shattering power was displayed. The three great experts attacked together, and the entire world shook. Only Lin Xian was extremely powerful. He had mastered the power of yin and yang and could use Tai Chi, otherwise, any other expert would have died here. The more Lin Xian fought, the braver he became. His use of Tai Chi also became more and more proficient. Not only could the Tai Chi art mobilize the power of yin and yang, but it could also use softness to overcome hardness. In fact, he could even control the situation first and stop it with an action. Too powerful. These were all manifestations of the great Tao. Lin Xian felt that he had entered a new realm. For example, at this moment, he stood in the void without moving. Facing the powerful attacks of the three, his eyes were sharp. When the attacks were about to reach him, he moved. This movement was like a sudden clap of thunder that tore through everything. He sent all of these forces flying. A terrifying fist blasted out. Sometimes, he would go berserk, making it impossible for people to guard against him. The three experts were beaten until their auras were tumbling. Sometimes, their bodies even split apart. They complained bitterly. It was also because of them that they had obtained the powerful yin-yang treasures, as well as the great fortune of the past year. Otherwise, they would have died without a burial ground. However, even with that being the case, they still felt that they would not be able to last for long. It wouldn't be long before the three of them were completely defeated. When they thought of this possibility, the three of them couldn't believe it. Was the other party already so heaven-defying? The five-colored divine light washed everything. The peacock man shouted loudly, and his entire body emitted a five-colored light, forming a five-colored world. It was dazzling, and the aura of the great Tao filled the air. At this moment, he was finally going to use the peacock race's ultimate divine ability. The five-colored world pressed down from the sky, wanting to envelop Lin Xian. The peacock race controlled the five-colored divine light, which could wash everything in the world. At this moment, the peacock man was displaying his strength to the extreme. Lin Xian used the Taiji art. The Taiji art spun and blocked the other party's five-colored divine light. At this moment, the golden rock also charged over. True feather. He roared, and two primordial stone feathers flew out from his two wings, carrying the power of his bloodline. They were much more powerful than ordinary sacred artifacts. Moreover, as they intertwined with each other, they formed two ultimate attacks. This time, they even hid their tracks. It was impossible to guard against them. Phoenix dance for 9 days. The Fire Phoenix also used a peerless divine ability. Accompanied by the Phantom of the Phoenix, she slashed down with her long sword. The three of them didn't hold back at all. Was this a life-and-death battle? They didn't expect the three of them to be forced to such a state. The people in the distance retreated frantically. Want to end this quickly? I'll help you. Lin Xian roared, and the Taiji art on his body erupted with an unparalleled light. The death precept in his left hand formed a black moon, and the sun precept in his right hand formed a dazzling sun. His hands crossed, forming a terrifying yin-yang ball. This power was too terrifying, enough to destroy everything. Kill! With a roar, the yin-yang qi that filled the sky completely erupted at this moment. Lin Xian was like the yin-yang war god, forcefully splitting open the sky. An earth-shattering sound was heard, and the entire place was completely drowned out. Even the entire 8 trigrams shook violently. At this moment, the people in the other spaces were also shocked. Damn it, what was happening? They were all terrified. The spectators screamed in unison. This attack should be enough to determine the winner. The terrifying energy lasted for a long time before slowly dissipating. 3 figures appeared. They were the Peacock, the Golden Rock, and Huofeng. The 3 of them were pale, and they were breathing heavily. Is he dead? The 3 of them frowned. The power was too strong. Yes, if they had known, they would have held back. They would have kept his soul and tortured out the yin-yang origin energy to pass on their inheritance. Huofeng also frowned. The Peacock Man said, "No, he shouldn't have died so easily. Just like how he died, the remaining flesh and blood on his body can also allow us to explore his secrets." A biting cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. The 3 of them began to search. But soon, they felt a chill run down their spines. The Golden Rock screamed. The rock spread its wings and used its maximum speed. However, he was sent flying by a slap. His body shattered, and countless golden feathers fluttered in all directions. The Golden Rock's entire body was smashed into a bloody mist. This attack was too powerful. How was this possible? Who did it? Huofeng screamed. The Peacock Man also felt his hair stand on end. He wrapped his battle robe around his body. In the next moment, they saw a person who looked like a god-fiend walk out. "It's you. You're not dead." They saw Lin Xian. However, what shocked them was that not only was Lin Xian not dead, but the aura on his body had become even more terrifying. All kinds of heaven and earth phenomena surrounded him. Lin Xian didn't say anything. The attack just now had also injured him. However, this angered him even more. He attacked forcefully, jumping out like a dragon. He charged towards Huofeng. Damn it, the flames of war were burning the plains. Her long sword danced, and flaming sword chi filled the sky. Chapter 39-38. Lin Xian was incomparably powerful. He struck out a wave of sword chi and blocked the other party's blazing prairie. At the same time, he used the Kunpang's speed to the extreme and arrived behind the Fire Phoenix. The Taiji diagram in his hand flew out like a peerless sword. It split the Fire Phoenix in half. "Ah!" The Fire Phoenix screamed. She was scared out of her wits. She quickly retreated with a mist of blood. Lin Xian stomped his foot again and charged towards the man from the Peacock race. How dare you? The man from the peacock race suddenly recalled the five-colored world and surrounded his body. He said coldly like a ruler. I am invulnerable. You can't kill me. Sure enough, the surrounding aura was swept away by the five-colored divine light. This was the peacock race's bloodline ability. Invulnerable. Are you sure? Lin Xian sneered. Today, he would break the other party's ability. He charged over aggressively. The yin and yang in the sky all turned into terrifying sword chi and fell crazily with his movements. The five-colored world trembled and was about to collapse. The man from the peacock race also roared at the sky. Block it. The five-colored divine light swept out crazily like a storm and blocked the sword chi. Did he succeed? The people in the distance cried out in surprise. The fire phoenix and the golden rock also quickly recovered. Hope was restored in their eyes. Lin Wudi, you are not invincible. I can block your yin and yang. The man from the peacock race stood in the five-colored world and roared coldly. Is that so? Then can you block this sword? The great dragon sword spirit in Lin Xian's body roared. The yin and yang sword chi turned into a giant dragon and rushed down crazily. Its power was even stronger than before. Some of the five-colored divine light in the five-colored world were actually split apart. Some were directly destroyed. How is this possible? How can you destroy my five-colored divine light? The man from the peacock race screamed. He couldn't believe it. The five-colored divine light of the peacock race was known to sweep through everything and be invulnerable. What could be destroyed? How did the other party do it? The golden rock and the fire phoenix shrieked in fright. The surrounding people were even more shocked. Lin Xian snorted coldly. So what? Open up. The giant dragon roared again and again, and the yin-yang taiji on his body became even more powerful. The sword chi was completely under his control. At this moment, he was not only the yin-yang war god, but also the sword ruler. The sword soared into the sky, destroying everything in its path. In the end, the five-colored divine lights were all sent flying. The five-colored world was also split open. The man from the peacock race quickly fled. Damn it! He placed the yin-yang seal in front of him and retreated quickly. Kill! Lin Xian waved his hand and used stellar transposition to send the seal flying into the distance. He didn't pay any attention to him at all. Instead, he chased after him in a frenzy. Damn it! The man from the peacock race broke out in cold sweat when he saw the other party chasing after him so easily. He spread his peacock wings and soared into the sky. He wanted to leave this place completely. However, this time, the yin-yang hand reached out and sealed off the area. At the same time, Lin Xian charged forward. A large foot stepped toward the man's head. How dare you? How dare you provoke me like this? The man from the peacock race was enraged. He raised his hand and shot out a five-colored divine light. Terrifying laws filled the air, but he could not block it at all. His palm instantly shattered. Half of his body caved in. Damn it! The battle robe on his body emitted a terrifying light that completely enveloped his body. Only then did he dodge the attack. Then, Lin Xian launched a frenzied attack, hitting the peacock race until he vomited blood. Useless brat, my battle robe is unparalleled. You may be able to injure me, but you can't kill me. At the same time, he roared, why aren't you two attacking? This was a good opportunity. In the distance, the golden rock and the fire phoenix stood up again. They held their swords and sabers and rushed over quickly. Indeed, the peacock race had attracted the firepower. The two of them might have a chance to launch a sneak attack. In front, Lin Xian sneered. I can't break your defense. You're too naive. If you had a divine body or a sacred body, you might be able to do it. But you think you can block my attack with just a battle robe? What a joke. I'll let you know what despair is. Lin Xian's palm struck out a terrifying death dharma. Cultivating the Tai Chi diagram could not only fuse yin and yang to form Tai Chi, but it could also be used alone. It was just like the 5 elements dharma. It could be gathered and dispersed. Moreover, the power of a single dharma was far greater than before. At this moment, Lin Xian's death dharma was even stronger than before. Black chains appeared and locked the other party's body. At the same time, they began to deprive the other party of his vitality. Although the sage battle robe was strong, it could not block the death dharma. The peacock race was terrified. The 5-colored divine light protected his body. In the end, he began to burn his bloodline to barely block it. However, he was already crying in fear. Lin Xian's eyes erupted with a golden blade of light that pierced the other party's soul. The man from the peacock race screamed. His soul was severely injured again. Damn it, he was completely terrified. How could the other party be so strong? The other party's physique, dharma, and even soul were all top-notch. He had never seen such a person before. One had to know that although the strong were powerful, they would always have one ultimate skill that they were good at. Although the others were outstanding, they were far inferior to that ultimate skill. The Fire Phoenix sword technique was superb, the Golden Rock was fast, and the saber technique could destroy everything. They were incomparably violent. As for him, his 5-colored divine light could wash everything away and make him invulnerable. These were all their peerless divine abilities. However, Lin Xian was different. Every one of his divine abilities seemed to be a divine ability. Whether it was his physique, eye technique, or dharma, they were all top-notch. He seemed to have no weaknesses. Such a person was simply invincible. Boz! Lin Xian struck out with the Great Destruction Spear. The power of Tai Chi was infused into the Great Dragon Sword soul. At the same time, he kept using his unparalleled secret technique and struck out with 5 times the attack. This attack was really powerful to the extreme. The man from the peacock race was sent flying. Cracks appeared on his battle robe. No! He was too terrified. His unparalleled defensive treasure was about to be broken. His heart was bleeding. At the same time, he frantically struck out the 5-colored divine light in an attempt to escape. He couldn't continue fighting. Another shocking attack pierced through the battle armor. The body of the man from the peacock race was pierced through and nailed to the void. The Golden Rock and Huofeng, who had just arrived, also stopped when they saw this scene. They were dumbfounded. Everyone around was completely stunned. The saint's battle robe was broken. The man from the peacock race was pierced through. Lin Wuti was too strong. He was really defying the heavens. The man from the peacock race roared at the sky. Do you dare to kill me? Our peacock bright king saint will not let you off. Is that so? Then when you go to hell, you must remember my name. My name is Lin Wuti. Don't find the wrong person. Lin Xian's long spear directly shattered the other party's body. The power of death directly extracted the other party's soul. Chapter 39-39. His bloodline and soul became dim. At this moment, the dragon-shaped sword Qi rushed out and completely destroyed his last trace of life. A broken battle robe fell from the sky. What followed was blood. It pierced through the 9 heavens. The other party was completely killed. There was no way he could survive. He was dead. The surrounding people were terrified. Many of them knelt on the ground. How could such a powerful expert of the peacock race be killed? The fire phoenix was stunned. The golden rock trembled all over. He screamed and turned to run. At this moment, he used his bloodline talent to the extreme. The golden rock turned into a stream of light and fled into the distance. He did not dare to attack again. The surrounding people couldn't believe that the golden rock had actually escaped. Moreover, it had used its maximum speed to escape. Lin Xian did not chase after him. He activated the heavenly secret child prodigy. A pair of golden eyes in the sky locked down like the eyes of a god. He shot out a golden light pattern and marked the golden rock. As long as the mark was there, even if the other party escaped to another world, he could still see him clearly and hunt him down. In other words, no matter how far the other party escaped, he would be under his control. Therefore, Lin Xian turned to look at the fire phoenix. He would kill the fire phoenix first, then go after the golden rock. He would not let any of these three people go. What are you trying to do? The fire phoenix was nervous when she saw Lin Xian turn to look at her. She said coldly, "Kid, you may have defeated me, but it's impossible for you to kill me. I'm from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. If you don't ask around, who would dare to touch the 10,000 Swords Pavilion?" Even though Huo Feng was injured and covered in blood, she still raised her chin and exuded an aura of nobility. She looked exactly the same as the arrogant 10,000 Swords Pavilion youth. Lin Xian laughed when he saw this. Indeed, the 10,000 Swords Pavilion was full of arrogance. Your junior brother before you already showed off in front of me and even used an expert on the sage list to suppress me. However, do you know what his ending was? The fire phoenix was stunned when she heard Lin Xian's words. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion youth in the distance trembled. He quickly lowered his head, wishing that he could find a hole to hide in. The fire phoenix had a bad premonition when she saw this scene. She asked coldly, "What's the result? You attacked him. Do you want to die?" She was going crazy. Someone dared to provoke the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. He was courting death. No, I didn't attack him. I only killed an expert from the great desolate mansion in front of him. I will let him know that a genius on the sage list can't threaten me. Not to mention suppressing me. So, when he saw this scene, he obediently knelt down and begged for mercy. If you kneel down and beg for mercy, I can give you a quick death. The fire phoenix was shocked. A disciple of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion was actually kneeling. Back then, when someone injured one of their core disciples, they could send out countless sword saints to destroy that person's world. Now, Lin Wuyi dared to provoke them. What a joke. The fire phoenix screamed, "Die." This sound wave turned into countless sword waves that slashed out in all directions. The whole world seemed to be split open. The power was terrifying. Everyone was shocked. Even though the fire phoenix was injured, she was not someone that any sage could provoke. Such a person was too strong. Humph. Lin Xian snorted and waved his hand. The terrifying power of yin and yang erupted. A taiji diagram appeared in the sky and suppressed all the sword qi. He said, "The three of you couldn't defeat me even when you attacked me together, let alone now. Damn brat, do you dare to compete with me in swordsmanship?" The fire phoenix knew that she was going to die, but she still had a chance. In the past year, the power of her swordsmanship had increased. Her swordsmanship had become more powerful than before. Therefore, she wanted to fight for a chance. You're no match for me in swordsmanship. You couldn't defeat me a year ago. Do you think you can turn the tables now? Lin Xian shook his head. The fire phoenix snorted. What do you mean? You don't dare. Are you trying to provoke me? Alright then, I'll let you know when you die. So what if you have swordsmanship? The surrounding people were stunned. Chang Tian, Lin Wuti didn't use his law advantage and wanted to compete with her in swordsmanship. Did he really think that he was invincible? The Fire Phoenix was a top expert of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Her swordsmanship was unparalleled. Could Lin Wuti defeat her? These people didn't believe it. The Fire Phoenix was also stunned, but soon, she sneered. He was too arrogant. She would let him see her improvement in the past year. With a cold shout, countless flaming sword chi danced around her. Sky-burning sword technique. The terrifying sword chi was displayed again. Its power was indeed much stronger than a year ago. Your improvement. Lin Xian sneered. How do you know my improvement in the past year? Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. In the past year, he had not only cultivated Tai Chi of the 9 primordial blood essences that he had obtained, 4 of them had been swallowed by the Great Dragon Sword Soul. This allowed the Great Dragon Sword Soul to recover further. Therefore, his swordsmanship had far surpassed before. In the next moment, the Fire Phoenix attacked. She waved her long sword and countless flaming sword chi descended from the sky with a brilliant light. The sword chi was piercingly cold and could pierce through the 9 heavens. The youth of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion clenched his fists. Their senior sister Fire Phoenix would definitely not lose in swordsmanship. Lin Xian snorted and waved his hand. Countless swords also flew out. These sword chi were extremely sharp and pierced through the sky like the swords of a god. Their swords collided and clashed in the sky, sweeping across the area. The surrounding people were all stunned. Did Lin Wuti really only use sword chi to fight against the other party? He was too confident. I don't think he can last more than 10 moves. Someone concluded. But soon, they were stunned. Because they realized that 30 moves had already passed. Not only did Lin Xian's sword chi not break, but it became stronger and stronger. Damn it, why was the other party's sword chi so sharp? Could it be that he was also a sword saint? No, he didn't have the law of the sword. He was just a swordsman. How could a swordsman without the law of the sword defeat a terrifying sword saint like the Fire Phoenix? Everyone felt that they were going crazy. Without the law of the sword, the attack power of the two was not on the same level at all. But why was Lin Wuti able to block it? The Fire Phoenix's face was also cold. It was the same situation again. A year ago, she was defeated by the other party. Now that her strength had increased greatly, she was still not the other party's match. Especially in the sword domain, she was suppressed again. This was unbearable for her. Chapter 39-40. Sky-burning Nirvana slash. Huofeng screamed as the sword energy on her body jumped. Each one was like a mountain. Murderous intent surged from above before it slashed down. The power was too strong, and the surrounding people were terrified. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with a piercing cold light. Let's end this. 9 suns open the sky. Countless sword energy condensed, and the golden sword soared into the sky, colliding with the other party's terrifying sword light. The two collided, and heaven and earth collapsed. This power was too terrifying, as if it could crush the heavens. Puff! Huofeng couldn't block it at all. The fiery red sword in the sky only lasted for a moment before it shattered with a loud bang. A figure was sent flying backward. Huofeng was really injured. Heavens, how could it be? In terms of sword technique, she actually lost to Lin Wuti. Wasn't she a sword saint? She couldn't beat Lin Wuti even with the law of the sword. This Lin Wuti was really too heaven-defying. Impossible. The youth from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion screamed crazily. Did Senior Sister Woofing really lose? This made him unable to believe it. Woofing flew out and landed on the ground, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. Her body was covered in cracks, and it seemed like she would shatter with the slightest movement. She struggled to stand up, but her body was shattered into many pieces. How could this be? Woofing felt that her heart was about to collapse. Everything was over. Lin Xian walked forward and slashed again. Woofing's blood splattered everywhere, and she looked even more miserable. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before she was killed. No! Stop! Damn it, how dare you! The youth from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion in the distance roared crazily. The others were also shocked. This Lin Woody killed the powerhouse of the peacock race, and now he was going to kill Woofing. Woofing was not only a top genius of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, but she was also a powerhouse of the phoenix race. If such a person fell, it would cause a huge commotion. Lin Xian didn't care at all. The Taiji diagram crushed forward. Blood splattered everywhere. Woofing became incomparably weak. She couldn't resist at all. She was getting weaker and weaker, and was about to be destroyed. But at this moment, she screamed, "Nirvana!" The blood on her body suddenly burst into flames, turning into a monstrous fire that enveloped him. The terrible light of the fire shone for 9 days. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Phoenix Nirvana. This was a divine ability of the Phoenix clan. For example, the 9-headed Heavenly Snake clan had 9 lives. The Peacock clan's bloodline possessed the 5-colored divine light and was invulnerable. The bloodline talent of the Phoenix clan was Nirvana. No matter how injured you were, once the egg was reborn, it was the same as being resurrected. It was equivalent to saving a life. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The Tai Chi diagram directly crushed and collided with those terrifying bloodlines. Did this Lin Woody really want to kill him? These people were all crazy. Even Nirvana was not spared. Inside, Huofeng screamed. She was terrified. This was because she felt that the other party's Taiji diagram could really interrupt her nirvana. In the end, she screamed, and the bloodline flames grew even larger, swallowing everything. The Tai Chi diagram was blocked outside. After a long while, the terrifying bloodline flame finally dissipated. In front of them, a huge stone appeared. There was a fiery red mark on it. It was abnormally mysterious. Those people were stunned. Was this the Phoenix Nirvana? There were also some experts who screamed. No, this was the most terrifying Nirvana, equivalent to rebirth. This Lin Woody actually forced Huofeng to this extent. There were 2 types of Nirvana. One was rapid recovery. For example, Lin Xian had cultivated a divine ability before, rebirth from fire. No matter how injured he was, he could recover in an instant. The second type was even more dangerous. It was equivalent to giving up all his cultivation and divine abilities and returning to his original state. For example, Huofeng gave up everything and became a phoenix stone. Even if he was resurrected, he would probably no longer be a saint, but in his original state. Perhaps he would only be in a state similar to an ordinary person. This kind of drop in cultivation was like falling from heaven to hell. No one dared to use it. However, in order to save his life, he was probably going all out. Lin Xian snorted coldly after seeing this. Nirvana rebirth, he had some courage. With a wave of his sleeve, he put away the phoenix stone, unsealed it, and threw it directly into the black earth. He was going to give this thing to Murong Qingqing because Murong Qingqing also had the phoenix bloodline, and it was the 7-colored phoenix bloodline. It was just that she didn't have the inheritance of the emperor family. The bloodline of this phoenix might be able to inspire more Enchanting. Did he take it away? It seemed that even if Huofeng was reborn, his whereabouts would probably be very miserable. He wouldn't be able to escape from Lin Wudi's hands at all. Countless people were terrified. The man from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion knelt on the ground, trembling. He knew that Huofeng was finished. He was angry, but he didn't dare to take revenge. It seemed that he could only keep his life and leave alive before reporting to the powerhouses of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Next, it was Jin Peng. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Under his heavenly secret ability, he discovered that Jin Peng had already left the Blood 8 trigrams and was even about to leave the Yin Yang Hall. What a coward! Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. Previously, when Jin Peng was strong, he was still arrogant and wanted to kill him more than once. Now that he couldn't beat him, he actually ran away so quickly. Spineless. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He didn't immediately make a move. Jin Peng was in his control anyway, and he didn't want to leave so quickly. He wanted to see if there were any other opportunities in the 8 trigrams. He flew away and once again flew towards the center of the Blood 8 trigrams. He felt the pure yin-yang aura there. At the same time, his eyes flickered. The yin-yang 8 trigrams did indeed have a mysterious connection. He didn't know if he could resonate with it and obtain something special. Lin Xian operated Tai Chi with all his strength. The death and sun laws condensed and formed a Tai Chi diagram that floated and rotated above his head. It seemed to want to communicate with the Blood 8 trigrams. Lin Xian only wanted to give it a try, but he realized that he had succeeded. The 8 trigrams rotated violently, and the 8 runes on it emitted an unparalleled light. At this moment, everyone in the 8 trigrams was shocked. Damn it, what's going on? What happened? The Blood 8 trigrams were changing. Was he going to disappear? Or was an even greater opportunity about to appear? Not good. Look, what is Lin Wudi doing? Finally, someone screamed. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Could it be that Lin Wudi had fallen again? Many people looked around and scanned the void tens of thousands of miles away. They saw that in the depths of the Blood 8 trigrams, Lin Xian was using a yin-yang Tai Chi diagram. They didn't know what he was doing. What was this guy trying to do? These people were terrified. Lin Xian was also surprised that it was effective. He was just trying and didn't think too much about it. Chapter 39-41. Boz. The 8 trigrams shook violently. 8 mysterious runes flew out from the 8 spaces and quickly gathered at the center of the 8 trigrams. Then, they formed a small 8 trigrams. This 8 trigrams was as red as blood. It had a mysterious aura as it descended. What? A small 8 trigrams. Could it be a kind of creation inheritance? The surrounding people's eyes turned red. Damn it. Hurry up. We can't let him get it. We have to get it. These people screamed crazily. They had already seen Lin Xian's yin-yang origin energy. Sweeping through all 4 directions, no one could match him. They were extremely envious of this origin energy. However, they couldn't get it at all. Now, a small 8 trigrams had appeared. Perhaps it was also a origin energy. If they could get it, they wouldn't be weaker than Lin Wudi. They might be even stronger. How could they not be tempted? At this moment, the eyes of the experts in the 8 spaces of the 8 trigrams turned red. They quickly gathered their teammates. They had to cross everything to get such a powerful treasure. As expected, the experts in the other halls were shocked when they heard the news. Is there such a origin energy? Let's go. Some of them rushed out from the heavenly palace, while others rushed out from the earth palace. In short, they all rushed to the yin-yang hall. The golden rock also came back with the experts from the monster city. On the other side, the young man from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion used a secret technique to contact the sword sage of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. They were determined to get their revenge. No matter who it was, Lin Wuti or anyone else who dared to go against the 10,000 Swords Pavilion would be destroyed. Suddenly, many experts appeared in the yin-yang hall. They quickly rushed to the 8 trigrams in the sky. In the center of the 8 trigrams, Lin Xian was stunned. What's going on? Is there a creation inheritance? He reached out to grab the small 8 trigrams. At this moment, the people around him roared, "Stop! Damn you, Lin Wuti! How dare you! Put down the treasure!" Although they knew that they couldn't beat Lin Wuti, they wouldn't just stand by and watch as their treasures were snatched away. These people began to release all kinds of divine abilities and laws from far away. Boundless power surged over, blasting apart a part of the world. This time, there were many people who left. Although their individual strength was not enough, at this moment, when they attacked together, the power was truly incomparably shocking. The stars moved. Lin Xian waved his sleeve, and a strange force pushed the berserk mystiques in another direction. The space in front of him continued to shatter, forming an endless abyss. Damn it! Those people did not give up and charged over again. Lin Xian used the Taiji diagram. It spun continuously in his hand, pushing all the power to the surroundings. Lin Xian, on the other hand, grabbed hold of a small piece of gossip. Then, he put it away. Right now, he didn't have the time to figure out what this careful gossip was for. I have to get out of here first. Lin Xian turned his head and looked around. There were countless figures around him, rushing over crazily. These people's eyes were red, and in the distance, there was an even more surging aura. He had to leave quickly. These people were going crazy. Sure enough, these people roared crazily and rushed over. Lin Xian shouted coldly, and the Taiji diagram exploded. His hands opened and closed, and terrifying death laws and sun laws kept surging. He blew up all the saints who were close to him. How powerful was his strength! In an instant, more than a dozen saints' bodies were shattered, and saint blood splattered everywhere. The surrounding people were frightened by this scene. Lin Xian took this opportunity to quickly leave. At the same time, the 8 trigrams shook violently, forming a mysterious force that pushed everyone out. Not good, the 8 trigrams were about to close. Damn it, I haven't snatched my fortune yet. Those people inside were crazy. There were so many treasures in the 8 trigrams that it made people jealous. But at this moment, they had no chance to get it. Damn it, it's Lin Wuti. It must be Lin Wuti who fell. These people roared crazily, and more people chased after Lin Xian. In the end, everyone was pushed out. The 8 trigrams floated in the sky and slowly disappeared from the yin-yang palace. Those people roared at the sky. Kill! Yes, kill him. He had obtained the most powerful origin energy. Quick, he still had the 8 trigrams in his hand. Perhaps it was also a treasure trove. These people's eyes were red with killing, and they rushed out like the wind. At this moment, those experts were all facing Lin Xian. Lin Xian suffered a huge attack. Although these people were not as strong as the man from the Golden Peacock race, that was only in terms of individual strength. With so many experts, even the Golden Rock and the others could not resist at all. Even he felt his scalp go numb. He had to fight his way out. He roared and pulled out the spear of great destruction. He also took out the unparalleled sword. In his body, the great dragon sword soul roared. Lin Xian looked in a direction and charged out. Leave him alone. Those people roared crazily and tried to stop him. Quickly form a formation and attack him from afar. He has a divine body. Don't get too close. These people also knew that Lin Xian was strong, so no one dared to fight him in close combat. They only used various laws to resist. The sky was filled with a terrifying aura. In an instant, the sky was sealed in ice. In the next moment, countless flames intertwined. Thunder even fell from the sky. All kinds of strange phenomena appeared one after another. It was as if the world had been destroyed. Lin Xian couldn't help but block. However, he was still injured. There was no choice. There were too many people attacking him. They were densely packed and could not be counted at a glance. It was only because Lin Xian had a divine body that he had many creation divine abilities. Otherwise, if it were any other expert, they would have been blown apart long ago. Boss! Lin Xian's eyes turned red. He knew that he could not hold back. The Taiji diagram floated around him. He summoned the great dragon sword soul, and a dragon-shaped sword shadow surrounded his body. He turned into a stream of light and rushed over. Stop him! In the distance, more than a dozen people formed a formation to intercept him. However, it was split in half in an instant. All kinds of whistling sounds filled the air. Lin Xian was too strong. No one could stop him. Want to leave? No way. In the sky, a golden saber slashed down. With a clang, it collided with the Taiji diagram, making a deafening sound. The Taiji diagram floated, and the yin and yang energies rotated to block the saber. The long saber was knocked back, but an even more terrifying saber light rushed down. Obviously, this was a powerhouse. It's you! Lin Xian shouted angrily. He realized that the golden rock had returned. Not only that, the golden rock also brought several great monsters with him. Demonic chi spread out from his body. It was extremely terrifying. Chapter 39-42. That's right, kid. Aren't you very powerful? How dare you try to kill me? Die today. A terrifying saber light burst out as the three monsters attacked. Their aura was too violent, as if an ancient beast had been resurrected. Lin Xian was injured in an instant. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were red, and a blue sea surged. A few great demons were affected by the terrifying sound waves. Protect your soul! They screamed. Lin Xian roared, and the yin-yang image flew out, directly cutting a monster in half. That person was in a miserable state. His soul did not even have time to escape before it was killed by the death aura of the yin-yang image. On the other side, Lin Xian sent out a kick that pierced through heaven and earth. That was the power of the great dragon sword soul, and it directly shattered another person. That person's soul fled in a hurry, but it was pierced by countless dragon-shaped sword chi. In the blink of an eye, two monsters were dead. How is it possible that he's so powerful? The golden rock was stunned. That shouldn't be the case. His opponent has become stronger again. He did not know that Lin Xian did not use all his trump cards when he fought against the three of them. Otherwise, the three of them would have died long ago. At this moment, being attacked by countless sages, Lin Xian finally could not take it anymore. He was going to start a massacre. Boss! The unparalleled sword slashed out with a monstrous aura. The golden rock could not hold the saber in his hand anymore. His hand and half of his body were completely shattered. His face was full of horror. Damn it, this power is too strong. I'm no match for him at all. He originally wanted to escape, but he realized that it was not only them, but also countless people around him wanted to kill Lin Xian. This made him laugh. Kid, you're definitely going to die this time. He first used his speed to pull away and recover, then waited for an opportunity to attack. Some people rushed up from the surroundings, but they were no match for Lin Xian at all. In an instant, more than 20 sages died, and their blood dyed the sky red. Lin Xian even threw out a Taiji symbol, mobilizing the power of yin and yang around him. The Taiji diagram continued to expand, as if it had turned into a part of the sky, and a terrifying yin and yang aura hung down. That was the yin-yang sword Qi, which had transformed into a yin-yang dragon that roared non-stop. Those who hurried over were all killed. Lin Xian relied on such powerful mystiques and methods to continuously advance. The surrounding people didn't dare to approach. They surrounded Lin Xian from afar. Not many people would let Lin Xian go. They were just waiting for an opportunity. Sure enough, they had been waiting for this opportunity. Between heaven and earth, the yin-yang image shook violently, almost shattering. Lin Xian also spat out a mouthful of blood. A crack had appeared on his body. Damn it! Who was it? Did an expert come? From the looks of it, it was even more powerful than the golden rock. He roared and his god body bloomed radiantly. His wounds healed quickly. At the same time, the Taiji diagram in the sky spun rapidly, emitting a terrifying aura. And at this moment, someone had actually pierced through the Taiji diagram and was about to descend forcefully. Had the yin and yang qi been broken? Chang Tian, you won't be able to stop me even if you want to. Who was it? The surrounding people were terrified. The golden rock's pupils also constricted. Lin Xian frowned. He felt a huge sense of danger, as if he had been targeted by a terrifying expert. In the next moment, he frowned. The others were shocked. Look, it's the Sword Saints. They're from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. 7 figures appeared in front of him. Each of them had monstrous sword qi on them. They were like 7 sword gods standing in front of him, blocking his way. I knew it. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion's people weren't so easy to kill. Lin Xian severely injured Hufeng and even took her away. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion would definitely not let him off. They recalled the legend that the 10,000 Swords Pavilion sword saints came out together and destroyed a world. Lin Xian was being hunted down by the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Even if he had 8 lives, it wouldn't be enough. You're Lin Wudi. The 7 sword saints in front of him stood in the void, emitting a supreme aura. One of them asked coldly. Kneel down and accept your death. Hand over junior sister Hufeng's body. Their voices were filled with endless coldness. They didn't say a word. In the sky, the phantom of a giant sword appeared, splitting heaven and earth. Could it be them? The golden rock's eyelids twitched because the aura of those 7 people was too powerful. In particular, they could connect with each other. It made his hair stand on end. Another expert walked over and asked, Are you the 7 swords of Tianshan? Yes, it's us 7 brothers. The 7 figures in front of him said coldly. Lin Wudi, you've committed grave sins. Today, we'll put you down. Kneel down and accept your punishment. The voices of the 7 figures were unusually cold. The surrounding people went crazy. The 7 swords of Tianshan were the 7 terrifying sword saints of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. That was because they cultivated the same sword technique called the Tianshan sword technique. The Tianshan sword technique was not only powerful. It could also form a sword formation. Therefore, these 7 sword saints would usually train together and even kill enemies together. Over time, they became known as the 7 Swords of Tianshan. When the 7 swords were unleashed, it was incomparable. Even the chief disciple could not withstand it. Even the Fire Phoenix and the Golden Rock could not withstand it. When the 7 swords were unleashed, it was really terrifying. This time, Lin Wuti was really finished. He was too arrogant and had offended so many powerhouses. He would definitely die today. You were the one who brought them here, right? Lin Xian stared at a figure. The young man from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion trembled and subconsciously took 2 steps back. However, when he thought of the 7 swords of Tianshan here, he was full of confidence. That's right, Lin Wuti. How dare you go against the 10,000 Swords Pavilion? You'll definitely die. I spared your life last time, but I didn't expect you to be so reckless. In that case, go to hell. 2 light blades suddenly flew out from Lin Xian's eyes and slashed in front of him. Boom! The young man from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion screamed and vomited blood as he flew backward. The surrounding void shattered. The 7 swords of Tianshan were furious. They were here, but the other party dared to attack their fellow disciples. It was simply unforgivable. The sword chi on his body surged into the sky, forming a sword curtain that sent the golden light blades flying. Senior brother, save me! The young man from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion screamed in horror. Junior brother, don't be afraid. With us here, who would dare to kill you? The 7 swords of Tianshan were incomparably powerful. The young man from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion also heaved a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, he hugged his head and screamed. He let out a miserable scream. It turned out that it was an eye technique just now. Although the sword chi was sent flying, the young man was still attacked and his soul was injured. Now, it seemed like it was about to split open. Senior brother, save me! He screamed in horror. One of them said. A mere eye technique attack could be destroyed by the Sword Dao laws. Indeed, their sword chi had extremely strong offensive power. This was the foundation of their confidence. One of them waved his hand and terrifying Sword Dao laws condensed into a small flying sword that flew into the young man's body. It suppressed the other party's soul. Chapter 39-43. Sure enough, the young man's expression eased a lot. Thank you, senior brother. It's okay. A mere soul attack can't hurt us at all. It can only hurt those with weak willpower. The 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain had sword sun runes flickering between their eyebrows, protecting their souls. So what if the other party's eye technique was powerful? It couldn't hurt their souls at all. The surrounding people were in an uproar. They had to admit that the 10,000 Swords Pavilion was too strong. The 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain were even more terrifying. This time, Lin Wuti was really going to die. However, they were all stunned. In the next moment, a scream was heard. Many black Dao patterns suddenly appeared on the face of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion's young man. He turned into a skeleton and fell to the ground, no longer breathing. He was dead. The surrounding people were stunned. The 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain were also stunned. What was going on? They had already used the law of sword to protect their junior brother's soul. It was impossible for the other party to succeed. However, their junior brother was dead. Moreover, he died in front of them. In addition to their previous words, it created a completely opposite effect. They were extremely powerful before. It was impossible for someone to kill in front of them. However, in the blink of an eye, the other party killed one of their junior brothers. It was a slap in the face. The faces of the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain were completely gloomy. The surrounding people were also extremely frightened. Lin Wudi's methods were too strange. Facing the heavy defense of the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain, he could still kill people from a distance. The law of death. He knew the law of death. He could deprive people of their lives. His strength was so strong that the 10,000 Swords Pavilion's martial artist couldn't stop him at all. Quickly defend. Don't let him deprive you of your life. The surrounding people were also constantly casting out their defenses to resist the terrifying law of death. When the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain heard this, their faces also turned gloomy. It seemed that their junior brother had indeed been deprived of his life. It seemed that the other party had such a strange law. In their carelessness, they had miscalculated. The 7 of them were surrounded by sword light. Whether it was the other party's eye technique or the law of death, they were confident that they could withstand it. Lin Wudi, how dare you kill someone from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion in front of us? You will definitely die today. Yes, and you will suffer a fate worse than death. No one can provoke the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. The 7 swords of Tianshan walked up. They were like 7 mountains, causing the world to tremble. The surrounding people also retreated frantically. When the 7 swords of Tianshan attacked, Lin Wudi would not be able to escape. They only needed to wait for the result of the battle. The Golden Rock also retreated to the side. Beside him was a great demon. The other 2 had died, but at this moment, there was no grief on his face. Instead, there was a hint of malevolence. Let's see how you'll die this time. Lin Xian also felt a great threat. The Heavenly Mountain's 7 swords were much stronger than when the Golden Rock and the other 2 worked together. Thinking about it, he should be a peerless enemy. However, he had seen all kinds of experts along the way. A mere 7 sword saints were not enough to make him cower. A cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, he suddenly attacked. He tore through the void and appeared in front of the Golden Rock. He slashed down with his sword. He had said that he would not let any of the Golden Rock and the other 2 go. Originally, he wanted to wait until the matter here was over before he went to kill the other party. He didn't expect that the other party would take the initiative to come knocking on his door. What? He actually killed the Golden Rock. The surrounding people were also stunned. They didn't expect that when facing the Heavenly Mountain's 7 swords, such a terrifying enemy, he still had the mood to kill others. The Golden Rock was also shocked. He originally wanted to watch the show, but he didn't expect that the other party would attack him. Damn it! In an instant, he was scared out of his wits. One had to know that the 3 of them couldn't defeat the other party, let alone now that he was alone. He quickly retreated and didn't fight back at all. Because he knew that the Heavenly Mountain's 7 swords would take care of the other party. As expected, the Heavenly Mountain's 7 swords were also angry. Was the other party still going to attack in front of them? He didn't take them seriously at all. Kid, you're courting death. One of them roared angrily. The sword chi on his body erupted and slashed at Lin Xian. Boz! Lin Xian blocked it with the Tai Chi diagram, but he killed the Golden Rock directly. He swore not to give up. The Golden Rock was about to bleed from anger. Damn it, the Heavenly Mountain's 7 swords are here, but the other party doesn't attack. What's the meaning of this? The Heavenly Mountain's 7 swords were also angry and attacked. 3 of them rushed out, and the sword chi on their bodies formed a row and slashed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian kept dodging, and at the same time, he attacked the Golden Rock again. The Golden Rock's hair stood on end. He was extremely nervous, and at the same time, he tried his best to dodge. But in the end, he was still hit by the Tai Chi diagram. He was split in half. Lin Xian seized the opportunity and threw out the death demonic saber. With a monstrous aura of death, it kept taking away the other party's vitality. "No, damn it, you can't do this to me." The Golden Rock screamed crazily. The Heavenly Mountain's 7 swords were here. Could the other party still kill him? The 3 of the Heavenly Mountain's 7 swords also had gloomy expressions. After such a long time, they still couldn't hurt the other party. This was simply a great humiliation to them. They were about to get angry and use their ultimate skills. On the other side, the Golden Rock had already been killed. How could the Golden Rock be a match for Lin Xian? Not to mention now that Lin Xian was attacking with all his strength. The other party's soul was directly destroyed, and the 2 halves of the corpse fell down. Lin Xian grabbed it with one hand and put it away. "I've said it before, I've eaten a lot of Golden Crow meat, but this is the first time I've eaten the Golden Rock meat. I hope your meat won't disappoint me." The surrounding people were stunned. Oh my god, this demon is really too terrifying. He's still thinking of doing that even now. Lin Xian was like a god fiend. After killing the Golden Rock, he turned his head again to look at the Heavenly Mountain's 7 swords. He said coldly, "The 7 of you also want to attack me? Have you thought about how you want to die? Finally, it's time to fight." Many people gasped in shock. The Heavenly Mountain's 7 swords' faces were extremely cold. What an arrogant kid. At this moment, the 7 of them finally attacked together. They were going to use the most thunder and lightning strike to kill the other party. The sword chi on their bodies combined and enveloped him like the Big Dipper. Lin Xian's body was hit in an instant, and a trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had to admit that the 7 of them were very strong. Each of them was not weaker than the Golden Rock. When they attacked together and formed a sword formation, the power was really terrifying. Ah! With a roar, Lin Xian's divine body shone brightly. He used the Taiji diagram to tear open the void and rushed out of the other party's sword formation. Then, he opened the sky with both hands and the laws of yin and yang condensed. 9 suns opened the sky. He slashed out with his sword and blasted on the Big Dipper sword formation, making a sonorous sound. "Useless kid, you're no match for us at all. Today is the day you die." The Heavenly Mountain's 7 swords revealed sinister smiles. Their eyes were ruthless and cold. Chapter 39-44. It was just the first move, but the other party was already injured. This meant that the other party did not have the strength to fight against them. They would kill the other party with thunder and lightning. They would kill the other party in 3 moves and raise the prestige of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. This time, they must let everyone in the world know that the people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion were not to be trifled with. The Big Dipper rose again, and the 7-sword chi turned into starlight and slashed down. Lin Xian formed a seal with both hands, and the Tai Chi diagram kept spinning in front of him to block the attack. At the same time, he roared again. 9 suns open the sky. Useless kid, you can't break it at all. The 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain sneered. However, in the next moment, their pupils shrank. That was because they realized that cracks had appeared on the Big Dipper sword formation. Moreover, the cracks were still getting bigger. How is that possible? How could the other party's power increase so much? They were simply crazy. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Just now, he had activated the unparalleled secret technique and made the attack 5 times stronger. Seeing the sword formation break, the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Although the other party was strong, he could still break the other party's sword technique. With a roar, he rushed out again. His fist and palm carried a supreme aura. He finally broke the formation and charged in. The 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain were shocked and quickly dodged. At the same time, their expressions became extremely ugly. The surrounding people were all stunned. How is that possible? The Big Dipper sword formation was broken. How strong is Lin Woody's ultimate combat strength? Does he really have the combat strength of a small saint? To be honest, once the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain attacked, no one below the small saint realm could resist them. However, Lin Xian could resist them now. Not only that, but he could even counterattack. Only a small saint could do that. How could he do that with his cultivation base? However, the truth was right in front of them, and they could not help but believe it. You guys aren't that strong either. Do you really think the 7 of you can defeat everything? You're nothing in front of me. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain's faces were extremely gloomy. Use all of our ultimate techniques to kill him. The 7 of them were completely enraged. Since the Big Dipper 7 stars formation was broken, they would use other sword techniques. Tian Shan swordsmanship. At this moment, they finally unleashed their ultimate skills. Their eyes were filled with cold killing intent. To be honest, they were also extremely shocked. The other party was able to kill the Fire Phoenix and defeat their sword formation. Not to mention that it was done by a single person. It was simply too unbelievable. If he was allowed to continue growing, he would definitely become a powerful enemy. Therefore, they had to take advantage of the fact that they were still able to defeat the other party and kill him as soon as possible. He would never allow the other party to grow. Boom! Boom! Today's earth-shattering battle had completely erupted. In front of him, yin and yang auras surged. Terrifying sword chi filled the air as if it was going to destroy the world. No one dared to approach. Finally, after over 100 moves, Lin Xian managed to repel one of his opponent's attacks. However, he was injured in the second attack. He was sent flying, and 7 sword wounds appeared on his body. Every sword mark was extremely terrifying. His body was dyed red with blood. He was injured. The people who were watching the battle from afar exclaimed. Lin Woody was finally injured. It was unbelievable that Lin Woody was only injured after fighting for so long. He was no match for the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain. Well, it was not embarrassing to die in the hands of the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain. After all, no one below the small saint realm could fight against the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain. These people discussed animatedly. The 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain smirked coldly. Kid, did you see that? No matter how strong you are no match for us. Now, you can go to hell in peace. You actually managed to injure my physique. Lin Xian's expression was extremely cold. It seems that you do have some tricks up your sleeves. He also admitted that the 7 of them were very powerful and could defeat everything. It was within his expectations that they could injure him. You have aroused my blood. Well then, I'll give it my all. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with a sonorous light. The laws on his body spread out and quickly healed his injuries. Why? Do you still want to fight back? I can only say that you are courting death. The 7 of them snorted and attacked again. Terrifying sword chi swept across the sky, forming the Heavenly Mountain sword formation. It was really powerful to the extreme. Basically, there were no flaws. On the other side, Lin Xian also roared. He had indeed aroused his battle intent. It had been a long time since he encountered such a passive battle. Today was a good time to test how strong his combat strength was. With a roar, the great dragon sword spirit in his body surged crazily. Endless dragon-shaped sword chi appeared on his body. At the same time, the yin-yang diagram rotated in front of him. A terrifying divine ability was launched. His strength had become stronger than before. In an instant, the sword chi in the front row was all sent flying. The sword chi hit his body, producing a sonorous sound. Some of them were blocked by the dragon-shaped sword chi, while some were destroyed by the yin-yang diagram. He was like a fiend god, killing his way into the 7 of them. With a slap, 2 of them were sent flying. Not good. The 7 swords were also shocked. Their opponent's combat strength had become stronger and could even injure them. Quick, be careful, keep a distance. The 7 of them quickly retreated, and the sword techniques on their bodies kept flickering. 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain, Ice Slash. The 7 of them displayed terrifying sword techniques. Between heaven and earth, ice spread, and ice mountains appeared one after another. They could freeze everything. The sword chi around Lin Xian was instantly frozen. The speed of the yin-yang diagram also slowed down. In the end, it was completely frozen in the world of ice and snow. Very well, it's time to use the ice break. Piercing killing intent burst out from the eyes of the 7 of them. The eldest of the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain waved the sword in his hand. However, before it landed, the ice in front of them did indeed let out a miserable groan. Then, countless cracks appeared, and then, it broke open with a loud bang. What's going on? The eldest of the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain was stunned. I haven't used it yet. How did the ice break open? Oh no, big brother, be careful. Beside him, the second of the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain roared. The eldest of the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain's pupils constricted. He saw a black and white fist coming towards him fiercely. Damn it, the other party is coming. He knew that it was the power of yin and yang, so he waved his sword and formed a sky of ice wall in front of him. He blocked the yin and yang fist. The eldest of the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain heaved a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, his hair stood on end. It turned out that all the yin and yang aura in front of him had disappeared and was replaced by a ray of light. A ray of piercing cold light. A golden sacred sword was burning fiercely, and the terrifying flames burned the 9 heavens. Oh no, it's the law of the sun, they were shocked. These people frantically retreated. In the next moment, the ice on their bodies completely melted, and the terrifying flames crazily rushed over. Chapter 39:45. Boom. 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 Lin Xian activated the law of the sun with all his might at this moment. He used a single law, but its power was unparalleled. The 9 suns' divine fire on his body flickered, and the sun sword descended, shaking heaven and earth. The ice that filled the sky was torn apart. Tianshan's eldest brother also retreated quickly, but he could not. This sword was too long, and he could only use the Tianshan sword technique to block it. The law of the sword that filled the sky rushed over together with the snowflakes. The two collided. Ice and fire, completely opposite forces, clashed between heaven and earth. However, half of the sky suddenly shattered, and the law of the ice that filled the sky also collapsed with a loud bang. Tianshan's eldest brother retreated, and his body was charred black. Furthermore, there was a sword wound on his body that had nearly split him in 2. In the distance, those people were stunned. Wasn't Tianshan's eldest brother Lin Xian's opponent? The other 6 of Tianshan's 7 swords also screamed. They really could not believe that their eldest brother would be defeated. Tianshan's eldest brother trembled all over, and his eyes were filled with deep fear. Now, he finally knew why his opponent could kill Huofeng. It was because his opponent was very strong, ridiculously strong. In a one-on-one fight, he was no match for him. He took a deep breath, and the Tianshan sword chi on his body quickly recovered, and his body that was on fire also recovered. Brothers, don't worry. This injury can't kill me. Tianshan's eldest brother stood up and said coldly. His opponent is indeed very strong. If I'm not his match in a one-on-one fight, I'm afraid no one is. But so what? Don't forget that we're Tianshan's 7 swords. We've always acted together, and no one can stop us brothers from joining forces. Yes, that's right. Let's join forces. No matter how strong he is, he can't beat the 7 of us. The other sword saint's eyes also burst with piercing killing intent, and they once again formed a formation. Lin Xian snorted coldly. What brotherhood? That was just despicable and shameless, using numbers to win against the few. Do you really think that the 7 of you can defeat me if you join forces? Today, I'll let you know what a true sword technique is. The sun sword in Lin Xian's hand became even brighter. Kill. The two sides clashed again. Lin Xian was surrounded by the 7 swords of Tianshan. At this moment, every part of his body was under attack. Fortunately, his physique was strong and he didn't need to deliberately defend himself. Otherwise, he would have been torn to pieces long ago. This was a very bitter battle. Lin Xian was in a very difficult situation and was injured. However, the other party was also injured. Among them, Tianshan Lao 5 and Lao 6 were almost cut in half by Lin Xian, while Tianshan Lao 7 was sent flying with a kick from Lin Xian. All the bones in his body were shattered. As for Tianshan Mountain's third brother, he was ignited by his terrifying sword chi and was almost roasted. These people didn't feel good either. Lin Xian's injuries were also very serious. It was a ghastly sight. Fortunately, his physique was strong and his recovery ability was amazing. Therefore, it looked dangerous, but it wasn't a big deal. Wang. At this moment, Tianshan Lao 2 and Tianshan Lao 2 suddenly appeared on Lin Xian's left and right and charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly and struck out with both palms. Countless sword lights danced in the center of his palms. At this moment, the other sword saints cooperated with each other and cast a powerful formation to form a terrifying ice to restrain Lin Xian. Lin Xian's speed slowed down again in an instant. This was a fatal crisis. Sure enough, Tianshan Lao 2 and Tianshan Lao 2 seized the opportunity. The sword precepts in their hands erupted with endless light. They didn't hold back at all in this attack. 2 long swords pierced through Lin Xian's body. Poof! Golden saint blood dripped down. It was a shocking sight. The people in the distance exclaimed. No way, Lin Wudi was injured. Moreover, he was seriously injured. It's over. This time, Lin Wudi is really going to be defeated. Is it going to end? Some of the powerhouses in the sacred city were also shocked. The 7 swords of Tianshan sneered. It was finally going to end. Golden blood dripped from Lin Xian's body. His eyes were unusually sharp. He slashed out with both hands like knives. With a puff, the heads of Tianshan Lao 2 and Tianshan Lao 2 flew into the air. The surrounding people were all stunned. Heavens, what did they just see? 2 powerhouses of the 7 swords of Tianshan Mountain were beheaded. Wasn't Lin Wudi going to die for sure? Damn it, it was a trap. Someone screamed. He used himself as bait to lure the 2 powerhouses to attack. After being seriously injured, the 2 powerhouses were at their weakest. At this moment, Lin Wudi made a strong move. Heavens, this Lin Wudi's scheming mind was too deep. Big brother. Second brother. The remaining sword saints also screamed crazily. They couldn't believe it at all. Being pierced through and having their heads cut off were two different things. The latter was definitely a serious injury. Even if they could recover, it would consume a lot of their energy. Damn it. Although their heads were cut off, Tianshan Lao Tu and Tianshan Lao Tu were still terrifying. The headless corpses could still attack. The long swords in their hands burst out with unparalleled killing intent. They wanted to continue attacking. A terrifying sword light burst out from Lin Xian's body. The aura of the great dragon sword soul burst out and pushed out the other party's sword law. Not only that, the two headless corpses were also sent flying. Their bodies were pierced by many dragon-shaped sword chi. Boom! 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 Lin Xian attacked again. He sent out a few more sword chi and split the two headless corpses apart. Blood splattered everywhere. They were torn apart. Stop! When the surrounding sword saints saw this scene, they all went crazy. They couldn't stand it. They quickly attacked, wanting to help. Some went after the headless corpses and bodies, while others went to kill Lin Wudi. The scene was extremely chaotic for a moment. Tianshan Lao Tu and Tianshan Lao Tu also recovered quickly. Their faces turned pale, and the killing intent on their bodies was unparalleled. Damn it, they really deserved to die. Kill them. The 7 swords descended from Tianshan Mountain. The 7 of them quickly combined and scattered from the sky together. The power was really terrifying to the extreme. Lin Xian used his maximum speed to dodge quickly. At the same time, he released Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai shuttled through the void and soon arrived in front of Tianshan Mountain. With a slap, Tianshan Mountain fainted. Boom! 9 suns opened the sky. Tianshan Mountain's Lao Tu was split in half again. No! How could this be? The 7 swords of Tianshan Mountain were about to go crazy. They couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. Their Lao Tu had been split in half again. What was going on? How could the other party be so powerful? The surrounding people were also stunned. The situation that was supposed to be a dead end was forcibly resolved. On the contrary, he was able to counterattack. This Lin Wudi was too unbelievable. Chapter 39-46. Next, Lin Xian and Little White worked together. Little White was very fast and could stun people. Coupled with Lin Xian's super strong sword technique, they were able to fight back. The two of them attacked each other. Boom! After the eldest brother of Tianshan sect, the second brother of Tianshan sect was also knocked out by a slap. The second brother's head flew up again. Puff! Lin Xian pushed the Tai Chi diagram with his right hand, sending the 4th brother and the 6th brother flying. Then, he appeared in front of the 5th brother of Tianshan sect. Little White knocked him out with a slap, and Lin Xian attacked with a sword again. The 5th brother's body was cut in half at the waist. Next, Lin Xian was like a demon, killing in all directions. The 7 swords of Tianshan sect were beaten up miserably. The surrounding people were all stunned. They were terrified. Those were the 7 swords of Tianshan sect. They were extremely powerful. When the 7 of them worked together, no one below the small saint realm could stop them. But now, they were beaten up so miserably. Boom! He kicked out like a divine sword, filled with the aura of the great dragon sword soul. It directly kicked the 7th brother of Tianshan sect into pieces. Lin Xian's killing intent was monstrous, and his sword qi was rampant. He was fighting against the 7 sword saints. He was extremely powerful and did not hold back at all. Retreat quickly. The eldest brother of the 7 swords of Tianshan sect roared crazily. The others also quickly retreated. They retreated far away and began to recover from their injuries. Every one of them was in a miserable state. Even if they recovered, their faces were pale, and their aura had weakened a lot. They were no longer in their best condition. They looked ahead and gritted their teeth. To be honest, they never thought that they would have such a day. Everyone, let's attack together. Don't you want to kill him too? The 7th brother of Tianshan sect said coldly. As soon as he said that, the surrounding people were stunned. What's going on? Are the 7 swords of Tianshan sect ganging up on him this time? However, the 7 swords of Tianshan sect had always fought with numbers. However, they should not be able to do anything to Lin Wuyi with just this sword technique alone. They should need the help of others. Everyone gasped. The 7 swords of Tianshan sect were forced to such a state. It was probably their first time seeing it. Let's attack together. The surrounding people all sucked in a deep breath. They knew that this time, they absolutely had to take down Lin Wuyi and obtain the fortune in his hands. This was the best chance they had. Very well, let's attack together. In an instant, the experts of the holy city stepped forward. The space between heaven and earth was filled with people. Fine, since you're courting death, I'll send you to heaven. Lin Xian roared as the 9 suns' divine flame burned fiercely on his body. ******* rebirth. He used his self-created great divine ability, and the wounds on his body were quickly healed. The power he consumed was also absorbed by him. The surrounding yin and yang qi quickly recovered, and the taiji diagram floated above his head. His strength had recovered to its peak. We can't give him any more chances. Kill him quickly. The surrounding people quickly rushed over. Lei Xincheng and the people from the demon city took the lead. The 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain charged out once again. All of a sudden, an explosion ensued. It was incomparably terrifying. All sorts of great Daos interweaved between heaven and earth. Lin Xian was incomparably powerful. His attacks were bold and powerful. Little White also appeared and disappeared like a ghost. It continuously knocked out the people around it. Even so, there were too many people attacking this time. Although Lin Xian was strong, he was still injured. Cracks appeared on his body. Golden sacred blood flowed out, dyeing his body red. However, his eyes became brighter and brighter. He was in a killing frenzy. Every move and every style was so simple and straightforward. There were no fancy moves. This was the simplicity of the Great Tao. Although there were no confusing moves, the power was unparalleled. Boom! It was at this moment that the void tore open as a gigantic palm made of lightning appeared and slapped down on Lin Xian. It sent Lin Xian flying. Boom! Lin Xian felt that the bones in his back were about to break. It was obvious that this was a late-stage 5th heaven expert. Moreover, he should have used a sacred artifact. As expected, the huge palm of thunder in the sky was incomparably terrifying. Its aura filled the air. Not only that, if one looked carefully, they would be able to see that the palm was wearing a pair of gloves. Obviously, the gloves were a sacred artifact. Therefore, the power of this palm was incomparably terrifying. The person who attacked was also shocked. His sudden attack hit the other party with all his strength, but it only sent the other party flying. Not even a crack appeared on the other party's body. Only some bones were broken. It was too inconceivable. This physique terrified him. Die! There was another roar. The hidden expert of Thunder God City attacked. The thunder in the sky, together with the pair of gloves, mercilessly descended once again. This attack was even more terrifying than the previous one. Humph! Lin Xian's body was covered in flames as he punched out. The golden fist turned into the sun and blasted on the thunder palm. The two collided, and sparks flew everywhere. The law of sun on the golden fist burned fiercely. It blasted away the terrifying law of lei, causing cracks to appear on the palm. At the same time, Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he locked onto that person. He turned into a sword light, broke through the void, and attacked the other party. That person was terrified. He didn't expect the other party to discover him so quickly. Moreover, the other party's strength caused his entire arm to go numb. He could only retreat quickly. At the same time, the surrounding people attacked again. However, Lin Xian was still not afraid. He stared at the Taiji diagram behind him and blocked it forcefully. He vomited blood, but he still charged forward. With a sword, he split that person apart. His soul was directly destroyed by his spring-autumn lock. With a scream, the corpse of the expert of Thunder God City fell, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. The fact that Lin Xian was still able to kill his enemies so easily while being pursued by so many people made them feel terrified. Next, Lin Xian was even more powerful. Although he was injured, he relied on his powerful divine body to block all of the attacks. In addition, the surroundings were filled with yin and yang qi. He could use the Taiji diagram to absorb without limit. Therefore, his combat strength had been maintained at the peak and didn't decrease. The great dragon sword soul in his body also seemed to have come alive, opening and closing wide. In the end, the endless corpses of the saints fell in pieces. The void was completely shattered. There was even a rain of blood sprinkling down. The death of so many saints was truly an earth-shattering event. In the end, those people were scared to death. Kill him. He was a demon. These people fled frantically. They didn't dare to make a move anymore. Previously, they gave Lin Xian the title of Great Demon King only because Lin Xian was too strong. But they thought that if they attacked together, any kind of prodigy wouldn't be a match. But now, Lin Xian's combat strength really terrified them. This was simply a god, mercilessly harvesting their lives. No matter how injured the other party was, the other party would be able to survive and not die. However, they couldn't block the other party's attack at all. Chapter 39-47. Whether it was the sword qi, the laws of yin and yang, or all of them at the same time, they would definitely die if they came into contact with it. Many people from the sacred city were scared out of their wits and fled in terror. For a moment, there was a vacuum around Lin Xian, and no one dared to go up again. The 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain were not having a good time either. Although they were powerful and their 7 swords were unparalleled, they had met their match. Their opponent's sword was stronger than theirs, and it even carried an indomitable aura. They had been hit a few times, but they could not heal completely. The sword qi that flowed on their wounds made them fearful. What kind of trump card did the other party have to be able to use such a sword? For a moment, the atmosphere was extremely silent. Although the people around had surrounded Lin Xian, no one dared to attack rashly. Lin Xian's face was also cold. Although he had killed many experts and made everyone tremble in fear, he was not in a good condition either. After all, there were many experts fighting here, and he had already been seriously injured. However, he had a divine body, and his physique was strong. In addition, the yin and yang around him could provide him with energy. That was why he could hold on until now. However, if he continued to fight, he could not guarantee that his foundation would not be damaged, and he might die. After all, the experts from the other halls were also rushing over. If a few more people like the 7 Swords of Heavenly Mountain came, he would really be in danger. Therefore, he had to kill until these people were terrified and no one dared to attack again. He stared at the 7 Swords of Heavenly Mountain. These 7 people were the most powerful among these people, and they were also the most representative. If he could kill the 7 Swords of Heavenly Mountain, then the others would probably not dare to attack again. Thinking of this, Lin Xian turned his head and stared at the 7 Swords of Heavenly Mountain. Boom! He turned into the shadow of a dragon and rushed forward. When the 7 Swords of Heavenly Mountain saw this, their eyelids twitched wildly, and their faces became extremely ugly. To be honest, if someone dared to provoke them, they would sneer and ignore it. But now, they were scared out of their wits. They did not even want to fight with the other party. The other party was really too strong. They were all injured now, and some of them were even almost cut in half. However, it was simply impossible for them to escape in front of so many people. Therefore, they could only bite the bullet. Tian Shan boss said coldly. He couldn't be invincible. He had been fighting for so long and had been heavily injured by so many people. He was probably relying on his secret technique and pills to hold on. If he held on for a while longer, he would definitely die. The 7 Swords of Tian Shan attacked again. All kinds of sword chi crisscrossed, and the surrounding people were watching nervously. The 7 Swords of Tian Shan were their last hope. If even the 7 Swords of Tian Shan were defeated this time, then they really wouldn't dare to attack again. However, this made them despair. After a great battle, although Lin Xian was injured, the 7 Swords of Tian Shan had lost 2 people. The 2 sword saints were completely killed. Their souls were shattered by Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul. He could no longer be resurrected. The ones who had died were Tian Shan Old 6 and Tian Shan Old 7. These 2 were the youngest and had the weakest cultivation among the Tian Shan 7 swords. Therefore, he had been killed by Lin Xian. Damn it! Revenge! I must kill him. Tian Shan Old 4 and Old 5 roared crazily, but Tian Shan Old 4's eyes were red. He knew that they were no match for Lin Wudi now. If they continued to fight, they might be wiped out. Tian Shan Old 2 also said, "Okay, listen to Big Brother and retreat quickly. Let's hurry to the Palace of All Life and hone our sword laws again. When we break through, it will be the time of Lin Wudi's death." The 5 of them turned into streams of light and instantly tore through the void and left. When they left, they wanted to take the bodies of Old 6 and Old 7 with them. However, they were stopped by Lin Xian. One of Tian Shan Old 5's arms was cut off. "Lin Wudi, just you wait. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion won't let you off." The voices of the 7 Swords of Tian Shan could be heard. Their figures disappeared into the void. The surrounding people were completely terrified. They had lost. The 7 Swords of Tian Shan had really lost, and 2 of their sword saints had been killed. This was really an earth-shattering event. The surrounding people fled frantically. Lin Xian roared angrily. "You want to escape? Go to hell." He activated Tai Chi to the extreme. At the same time, he poured all the power of the great dragon sword soul into Tai Chi. The surrounding yin-yang chi was completely mobilized, turning into yin-yang swords that swept across the world. The entire yin-yang palace was covered by Lin Xian's Tai Chi diagram. The yin-yang saint sword was extremely powerful. How could those sages block it? Those who were hit by the sword chi were directly shattered. Some were lucky and their souls were able to escape. Some even had their souls pierced by the sword and were directly killed. Between heaven and earth, there were cries of ghosts and howls of wolves. Blood splattered everywhere. Everyone was extremely miserable. Lin Xian looked at this scene coldly from the sky like a god fiend. If he wanted to kill, no one here would dare to provoke him. In the end, the yin-yang swords that filled the sky disappeared. 70% of the people that attacked were killed. As for the remaining 30%, they were seriously injured and had to quickly flee. They would never dare to enter the yin-yang palace again in their lives. Lin Xian sat cross-legged in the yin-yang palace. His body was surrounded by yin-yang qi. It began to repair. He had been severely injured in this battle, so he had to quickly recover. There were still many people outside the yin-yang palace. Those who wanted to enter the yin-yang palace had to cultivate a heavenly Tao golden lotus. Not everyone could condense a heavenly Tao golden lotus. Although many people entered, there were even more who couldn't. These people were discussing curiously outside. They felt the terrifying aura from the yin-yang palace, but they didn't know what had happened. Soon, they saw a group of people rushing out pathetically. Everyone was injured. Some of them even came out with broken bodies. Some said that they turned into blood mist and came out. Some even escaped with their souls. What had happened? These people were terrified. The people from the surrounding palaces also rushed over, wanting to rush in. However, those people said to leave quickly. The people inside were all dead. Lin Wuti had started a massacre. 2 of the 7 swords of Tianshan were killed. Do you still want to die? As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people were completely stunned. What? Lin Wuti killed 2 of the 7 swords of Tianshan. Nearly 70% of the saints inside had died. What did Lin Wuti do? Impossible. Even a small saint might not be able to do that. Someone shook his head. A person was killed until only his soul was left. He hugged a saint weapon and said coldly. We experienced it ourselves. How could it be fake? Lin Wuti controlled the power of yin-yang origin. He was like a god in the yin-yang palace. Not to mention small saints, even small saints would be killed by him. After saying that, he left without looking back. The others were stunned. Lin Wuti controlled the power of yin-yang origin. Just how terrifying was that? Damn it. He actually obtained such a great opportunity. Some experts in the sacred city were instantly envious. Chapter 39-48. We don't dare to go in, but we can wait here, right? Yes, he can't stay in there forever. He'll definitely come out. As long as he's out of the yin-yang hall, his strength won't be so terrifying. They started to wait outside the yin-yang hall. The 4 halls also received the news. Those who were cultivating inside were also in an uproar. In the heavenly hall, in the endless sea of lightning, a figure opened his eyes. Lin Wuti, you've obtained the power of yin and yang. He couldn't wait any longer and came out of the sea of lightning. This person was Lei Zhen. He wanted to continue cultivating, but he wasn't in the mood now. Lin Wuti became stronger again and obtained the power of yin and yang. He couldn't eat or sleep well. He had to find Lin Wuti and kill him quickly. He heard that Lin Wuti was severely injured. He rushed out of the heavenly hall and came outside. His powerful aura made people tremble. God, that's Lei Zhen. He's so strong. The thunder on his body has become even more terrifying. I heard that Lei Zhen also obtained a great opportunity in the heavenly hall. Looks like it's true. God, his aura has reached the advanced stage of the fifth heaven. The people around him screamed in fear. Previously, Lei Zhen was already so violent when he was at the intermediate stage of the fifth heaven. It wasn't a problem for him to fight a sage at the advanced stage. Now that he's a sage at the advanced stage of the fifth heaven, how strong is he? Compared to the past, there had probably been an earth-shattering change. Where's Lin Wudy? Lei Zhen asked coldly. The people from the Thunder God City were there too. They rushed out of the crowd. He's still in the Yin-Yang Hall. Senior brother, why don't we go in? Someone suggested. Someone shook his head. No, that kid has obtained the power of Yin and Yang. He's like a god in the Yin-Yang Hall. Senior brother, why don't we wait here? He'll definitely die if he comes out. Alright, we'll wait outside. Lei Zhen didn't dare to go in rashly. After all, some of the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain had died. He would be suppressed if he went in. In the Earth Hall, the North Demon was delighted when he heard the news. When the 9 Cheelants heard the news, their faces darkened again. He walked out of the blood pool and the primordial projection behind him merged with his body, causing the light of the nomological laws on his body to become even more resplendent and terrifying. His cultivation had also broken through to the late 5th heavenly layer. Lei Zhen has already gone to the Yin-Yang Hall. Should we go too? If Lei Zhen obtains the Yin-Yang source energy, it will be disadvantageous to us. A few great demons in front of him spoke in deep voices. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. Lin Wudy. He had good fortune, but so what? He had good fortune, so did I. There was a strong sense of confidence in his eyes. We're not in a hurry. That Lin Wudy killed so many saints, he's probably heavily injured. We'll be in the Yin-Yang Hall for a long time. If we go now, we'll just be wasting time. Then, we'll go and keep an eye on them. We'll take action when there's news. The great demon said. The eyes of the 9 Cheelants glinted coldly. He must be severely injured, so we have to act immediately. Where's the Beast of the Void? The Beast of the Void is in the human hall, and a great demon said. Hurry up and find him. Let him open the space and send us directly to that kid. I'll kill him while he's injured. They acted quickly. In the human hall, the dark red divine dragon, Murong Qingqing, and the others were also shocked when they heard the news. That kid might be in danger, so they had to hurry over. They stopped cultivating. They all prepared to rush over. Some of the sacred cities were gnashing their teeth in anger. They had lost so many saints and experts. Their hearts were bleeding. Especially those from the Wanjian Pavilion. When they heard that Hufeng and 2 sword saints of the 7 swords of Tianshan had been killed, they were completely enraged. Damn it, Lin Wudy, is he courting death? No one has ever dared to provoke them. Should we report this to Senior Brother Wan? Someone asked. One of the figures stepped out and said coldly. There was no need. Senior Brother Wan's enemies were only those on the pilgrim roll. She didn't need to worry about Lin Wudy. Yes, that's right. We can deal with him. Another figure stood up. The sword chi on his body was unparalleled. It seems that some people have forgotten the prestige of the Wanjian Pavilion. Gather all the people we can. It seems that it's time for us to act again and destroy everything. These people were filled with killing intent. Soon, they began to act. They gathered the other sword saints of the Wanjian Pavilion. They wanted to use the most powerful method to kill Lin Wudy. Outside Celestial Fate, some of the elders of the sacred cities were waiting there. They didn't know what was going on inside. Yes, it had been a few years. They should have gained some fortune by now. Don't worry, they must have. Didn't those who came out become much stronger? Some even soared into the sky. The elders chatted and discussed with each other. All they had to do was wait silently. However, on this day, the situation changed. Some of the elders screamed. How was that possible? It turned out that they weren't just waiting this time. They had also brought some souls with them. These souls retained a wisp of their soul when they entered celestial fate. As long as their soul tablets were intact, it meant that they were still alive. However, on this day, their soul tablets shattered on a large scale. Damn it, what was going on? This meant that a large number of people had died inside. And at the same time. Could it be that something unexpected had happened inside? Or did someone rise up? Impossible. Even if someone rose up, they couldn't have killed so many people. I think that something unexpected must have happened. Perhaps some of the terrifying creatures in the ancient ruins had been resurrected. The elders' expressions were ugly. They didn't know how many people would die inside this time. They didn't know that this wasn't the work of a monster, but a person. However, they would have to wait until the celestial fate star opened to find out. When that time came, no one knew how many of the sacred city's experts would be able to come out alive. The atmosphere in the Golden Palace was very tense. However, the inside of the Yin-Yang Palace was extremely strange. Because the inside of the Yin-Yang Palace was empty, and there was no one around. There was only one person who was busy there. He was eating the golden rock. 2 huge roasted wings were there, and the figure began to eat. It was Lin Xian. He had killed so many experts before. He was also heavily injured, so he quickly recovered here. Fortunately, he had the longevity art in his divine body, so his injuries healed quickly. However, there were still some injuries that needed to be healed. Lin Xian thought of the golden rock. The golden rock was a top expert. Its flesh and blood could heal his injuries faster. It was even more useful than treasures. Chapter 39-49. Without another word, Lin Xian began to roast the golden rock. The energy inside was converted by his longevity art and began to repair his body. Finally, the 2 huge roasted wings were finished. Lin Xian burped. The multicolored light on his body flew out again. He activated the Taiji art and absorbed the yin and yang qi again. He sat down cross-legged and began to repair himself. Not long after, he actually finished the huge roasted golden rock. It was really unbelievable. One had to know that he was not inferior to the Golden Crow Prince. Back then, when they ate the Golden Crow Prince's roasted meat, many of them ate together, but they only ate half of it. But now, Lin Xian had single-handedly taken care of one. Of course, there were 2 possibilities. Firstly, Lin Xian's strength had increased and he could carry more energy. Secondly, his injuries required too much energy to heal. That was why he ate one alone. After eating, 70% of his injuries had healed, and some of them were fine. Lin Xian did not go out. He wanted to adjust his body to its peak state before going out. Moreover, he knew that there must be a storm outside. Who knew how many people were fighting to kill him? He might as well wait here. Perhaps he could counterattack. In the following days, Lin Xian began to recover and cultivate again. However, on this day, the void behind him suddenly shattered, and a few palms reached out and hit him. Some of the palms were shining with terrifying light, and some were holding sacred artifacts. Lin Xian was sent flying by the attack. His body was shattered once again, and golden blood flowed out of his wounds. What was going on? Lin Xian was in great pain. He was extremely shocked. Did someone sneak in to kill him? Who was it? Why didn't he know it all? His soul instantly probed out, but he was stunned because he realized that there was nothing in that place. It was chaos. How was that possible? Lin Xian was shocked. But all of a sudden, the void behind him was torn open again, and a few more palms carrying sage artifacts struck out. This time, Lin Xian had a defense, so he activated Taiji to resist. At the same time, he retreated. Boom! The Taiji diagram was sent flying, and Lin Xian's blood was boiling again. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Damn it! Lin Xian's face was completely gloomy. Spatial God Art. It wasn't that there was no one, but they had used a super law like Spatial God Art to deal with him. He had encountered such a situation before. Demon City. Lin Xian instantly recalled that there was a beast with Spatial God Art in Demon City that had attacked him. Back then, Black Mountain had said that it should be the Void Beast. Now, it seemed like it was the same Void Beast. However, its power was much stronger than before. After sending the Taiji diagram flying, the spatial rift disappeared again. The surroundings were quiet. No one knew where the next attack would come from. Lin Xian was standing. There was a huge crack on his back. His bones were shattered and his flesh was badly mangled. At this moment, he was using the second stage of yin-yang to repair it. It was too. Fortunately, the other party was a little late. After the battle to fight. He might really be in danger. Now, he had eaten a golden rock. His injuries had already recovered by 80%. Therefore, even if he wasn't at his peak, he still had the strength to fight. However, the other party's spatial god art was too strange. Lin Xian placed the Taiji diagram. Floating. He struck down the yin and yang qi. It enveloped him. At the same time, the Fecta god art released a light that swept in all directions. However, at this moment, under his feet, a spatial crack appeared. Terrifying rays of light and laws surged out from the crack and rushed towards him. Lin Xian moved horizontally. However, he was still enveloped by the energy. He blocked it. Lin Xian's body bloomed. At the same time, the Taiji diagram rotated. The Taiji diagram directed all of this power to another space. Lin Xian dodged. However, his expression became even colder. Damn it. In the next moment, he began to use the void escape and disappeared. However, his void escape was only an ordinary spatial god art. It was useful against other saints, but in front of an expert who was proficient in spatial laws, his void escape was still not enough. As expected, the other party found him again. He was beaten out of the void. Damn it, these people were too sinister. There were clearly several experts, but they actually used such a despicable method. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He had to break the other party's spatial god art. Otherwise, he was really too passive. Thinking of this, his nerves tensed up. Suddenly, he activated the Taiji diagram and released a terrifying yin and yang sword qi. The entire space was completely enveloped by him, sweeping through everything. The endless void shattered and turned into a black hole, but no one came out. It seemed that the other party's spatial god art was very strong. Originally, he wanted to shatter a space and let the other party out, but it seemed that the other party had dodged it. This method didn't work. It seemed that he had to think of another way. Lin Xian stood in the void, protected by the Taiji diagram. He wanted to fight, to defend and counterattack. He had already thought of a way. Just like that, after a period of time, a crack suddenly appeared above his head. Those terrifying energies poured down again, enveloping Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't dodge this time. Instead, he took out the Great Sage Pagoda in an instant. With a clang, he used the Great Sage Pagoda to defend. Although those people's attacks were powerful, the Great Sage Pagoda was an incomparable artifact of the Great Sage. These forces hit the Great Sage Pagoda, emitting an earth-shaking sound. This force was blocked. Not only that, Lin Xian even used the stellar transposition to repel this force. Lin Xian also seized this opportunity to send a few dragon-shaped sword qi into it. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Although the spatial crack was strange, it was still a little slow this time. Especially the appearance of the Great Sage Pagoda, it caught them off guard. That power caused their blood to churn. The spatial crack was a step too late. A few sword qi rushed in, and immediately, there were screams, and blood dripped from the sky. However, in the next moment, the spatial crack disappeared, and the world fell silent again. Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. If they were injured, then it would be easy to deal with. He activated the heavenly secret divine eyes and began to look around. However, he didn't find any aura of blood. It seemed that the other party's spatial divine ability was indeed very exquisite. Moreover, the person who attacked should be an expert. He must have cleaned up the blood in an instant. It made it impossible for him to pursue. However, so what? Lin Xian wasn't looking for those people's injuries at all, but the aura of the dragon soul. He used the great dragon sword soul to attack, so the other party might not be able to destroy it in a short time. As expected, he felt the aura of the great dragon sword soul in a place far behind him. Furthermore, the distance between them was so great that he was stunned. Chapter 3950. Aren't these people too cautious? No wonder he couldn't hurt them when he shattered the entire space. The distance was too far. Lin Xian's face darkened. He didn't know who was scheming against him, but he had to fight back now. Although the distance was far, it wasn't a problem for him. Moreover, he used the Tai Chi diagram to change instantly. The yin-yang aura in the distance and the terrifying yin-yang sword pierced through that place. Lin Xian rushed over too. Nine-headed Kailan, the void beast, and the others hid in the void. Their eyes were cold. They were the ones who attacked previously. Nine-headed Kailan summoned the void beast back and led the three demons on their way. The void beast's space mystique and bloodline were terrifying. Especially this time, he had activated his bloodline and obtained a transformation. His space mystique was even more terrifying than before. Hence, he tore open the void with nine-headed Kailan and the others. They were transported from the Earth Palace to the Yin-Yang Palace. And then it happened. What happened next? The few of them used their space mystique to injure Lin Wudi. They hid in the void and sneered. Lin Xian couldn't fight back at all. If this wasn't the Yin-Yang Palace, Lin Xian would have been dead. Young master, this kid has obtained the Yin-Yang transformation. He can control the Yin-Yang aura around him. Moreover, the Yin-Yang image gave us a sense of terror. The three demons said. Nine-headed Kailan's face was cold. Indeed, the Yin-Yang diagram scared him too. Hence, he said to attack. They kept attacking, but they didn't expect to make a mistake this time. Lin Xian took out a pagoda to block their attacks. The shockwave made their blood boil. Moreover, Lin Xian seized the opportunity to attack with a few streaks of sword qi, injuring one of the demons. Be careful. Nine-headed Kylan said coldly. This kid has a powerful eye technique. He wants to use blood to track us down. Don't worry, Your Highness. He won't be able to track us down. That demon quickly recovered from his injuries and wiped out all the blood. However, they still underestimated the aura of the dragon sword soul. Lin Xian thought that he had recovered, but there was still a trace of the dragon sword soul's 7 breaths. Hence, Lin Xian found them. Boom! They felt the boundless sword chi slamming into the space around them, causing the space to shatter. Their blood boiled. What's going on? Have I been discovered? That was impossible. He must have done it randomly. The few of them were horrified. The void beast, on the other hand, activated its space mystique and left the area. However, in the next moment, a taiji diagram ruthlessly smashed into their bodies. With a bang, several people fell out of the void with a blank look on their faces. What was going on? He was hit again. That was impossible. The void beast was also in pain. His body tumbled in the air and then disappeared. Nine-headed Qilin and the rest of the people who had been knocked out disappeared once again. Lin Xian withdrew the taiji diagram, his face turning cold. Nine-headed Qilin and the people from Thousand Demon City. It was them. Lin Xian knew that once the news spread, these people would definitely make a move. But what he didn't expect was that the other party would directly use a spatial god art to teleport to his side. It seemed that this void beast was really a huge threat. He had to get rid of it as soon as possible. Golden light flashed in his eyes as he searched again. In the next moment, he made a move. In the space, nine-headed Qilin and the rest were extremely gloomy. Damn it, the other party had discovered their tracks. It was unbelievable. This kid must be dreaming. One of the void beasts gritted his teeth. The other two nodded as well. That's right. How could he find them? They wouldn't be injured anymore. Just as they finished speaking, they were sent flying, coughing up blood. How was that possible? The 3 void beasts were stunned. They couldn't believe it. They were on the back of the void beast. With the terrifying space mystique, the other party couldn't find them at all. However, the outcome was beyond their expectations. The other party had sent them flying again. Nine-headed Qilin's face turned cold. What was going on? He looked at the void beast. The void beast was in the sky. It said, I don't know. Maybe it sensed the blood from before. That's impossible. The void beast screamed, I've already wiped out the blood. Their bodies disappeared again, but not long after, they were sent flying again. This time, their injuries were more serious. Lin Xian directly swung the Great Sage Pagoda and attacked the other party. Since the other party had used such a despicable method, he didn't need to hold back. No, the other party was too evil. That pair of eye techniques could see through my divine ability. The void beast's face turned cold. To be honest, his bloodline had improved. His space mystique had become stronger than before. He could kill people like a ghost. Even a small saint might not be able to find his tracks. But now, the other party had easily caught his tracks. Nine-headed Qilin's face turned cold. He said to the injured void beast, leave us first. Your Highness, you won't abandon me, right? The void beast's face turned ugly. No, run away immediately after you leave. You don't have to participate anymore. The void beast heaved a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as he wasn't used as bait. He didn't dare to go against Lin Wudi's power. He left the void beast and ran away crazily. The injured void beast was going to leave. This way, the other party wouldn't be able to find them. the few of them thought. Sure enough, Lin Xian could feel the dragon soul's qi rushing out from the void beast and into the distance. Have I been seen through? His eyes were filled with killing intent. Since that's the case, I won't hold back anymore. Kill. Yin and Yang sword qi fell from the sky and shrouded the void beast. With a loud boom, the void beast roared crazily. He wanted to resist, but he was instantly pierced by the yin and yang sword qi. Lin Xian didn't kill the void beast. The yin and yang sword qi turned into chains and hung the void beast in midair. Lin Xian's figure flashed and appeared in front of the void beast. He said coldly, "Nine-headed Qilin, I see you. Not coming out. If you don't, this void beast will be tortured to death by me." Having said that, the laws of yin and yang circulated. The void beast screamed crazily. Damn it. In the void beast, nine-headed Qilin and the others' faces turned ugly. The two void beasts' eyes turned red. Damn it, how dare he attack us? Damn it, does he want to die? How dare he torture our companion? He deserves to die. Go and kill him. The two of them wanted to attack. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. They couldn't take it anymore. Nine-headed Qilin said, "Stop. This kid can control the power of yin and yang here. He's not someone we can fight against. Right now, we can only fight against him with our space mystique. We can't go out." Chapter 39:51. What? Nine heads Qilin, you don't have the guts to come out. Lin Xian sneered and continued to use Yin Yang 27 to torture the great demon. A pitiful cry could be heard. Nine heads Qilin's face turned cold. "I'll go out and attract that kid's attention. You guys attack from the shadows." He walked out. He said coldly, "Kid, let go of my people. You actually dare to come out?" Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and waved his hand, chopping off the great demon's head. Then, he looked at Nine Heads Qilin. "He will end up like you." Lin Xian rushed forward. At this moment, the void broke open and a terrifying power surged towards him. Lin Xian sneered. "I've been waiting for you." He took out the Great Sage Pagoda and blocked the power. At the same time, he took out the Great Dragon Sword Soul and slashed forward. This sword was really too violent. The space was instantly sliced apart. The Great Void Beast felt danger. It was as if the sword qi could threaten him. What kind of sword technique is this? His hair stood on end. He used his spatial mystique to the extreme and instantly shuttled through the void. Among the countless laws, space was the king. This was recognized by everyone. Therefore, the great void beast had absolute confidence that he could use his spatial mystique to dodge all attacks. He was in an invincible position. But this time, he was wrong. Because even though he used his spatial mystique to dodge countless attacks, he was still unable to dodge. But he couldn't dodge Lin Xian's slash. No matter which space he shuttled to, the void would shatter and the sword qi would envelop him. With a slash, the sword qi slashed his body. Damn it! The heavenly void beast tossed the two greater demons on his body away. Then, he went crazy. Block it for me. The power of space distorted, trying to coax the sword qi to sleep. Boom! In the end, his bloodline power exploded and he escaped. But he was still injured. His tail was chopped off. The originally transparent tail was stained with blood and was instantly dyed red. Lin Xian's eyes lit up when he saw this. Good stuff. He let the great dragon sword spirit sweep up the broken tail and instantly rushed back. "Damn it, how dare you!" Nine-headed Qilin roared. He never thought that the void beast would actually be injured. This was simply too inconceivable. Furthermore, he absolutely could not allow the other party to obtain the heavenly void beast's corpse. If the other party had some method to study the spatial laws, then it would be bad. Therefore, he attacked madly. The other two greater demons struck out swiftly as well. Instantly, all sorts of horrifying auras gushed out. Lin Xian roared. The Taiji diagram spun in all directions. The entire yin-yang hall seemed to have been activated by him. Countless yin and yang auras descended. The swords of yin and yang were indomitable and capable of destroying everything. Damn it, the two greater demons were instantly injured. Many sword wounds appeared on their bodies, and they screamed in terror. The nine-headed Qilin was also affected, but his strength was much stronger than before, so he was able to block these attacks. However, it was only a passive defense. It wouldn't be long before he would be injured. Damn it! Just as the rumors said, the yin-yang hall was the enemy's territory. There was simply no way for them to contend against him. Without the spatial demonic beasts, their lives would be in danger. On the other side, the heavenly void beast had also gone crazy. He had never been injured before because no one could hurt him. However, his tail had been taken away by someone now. This was a great humiliation to him. He was a rare beast of heaven and earth, so he understood the spatial laws. However, there were also limitations. His body and bloodline couldn't be recovered as easily as other sages. After all, the blood of the spatial demonic beasts was precious. Moreover, his skin could be made into a spatial weapon, so it was exceptionally precious. Therefore, once he was injured, his injuries could be healed immediately. However, his broken tail would take a long time to grow back. This was intolerable. He had to get his tail back. He only stopped the blood and completely hid in the void. This time, he was going to use the power of space to kill his opponent. The space where Lin Xian was twisted strangely. The power of space caused his body to tremble violently. The yin and yang auras became frantic and restless. "How dare you come again?" Lin Xian snorted coldly and shouted angrily. Suddenly, a pitiful cry came from the space. The spatial demonic beast's body fell down and trembled non-stop. His originally transparent body appeared before everyone's eyes at this moment. Not good. Nine-headed Kylan's face changed and he rushed over. The two great beasts also had ugly expressions. What a terrifying black aura. This was the power of death. The other party should have the law of death. What? Nine-headed Kylan's face turned ugly after hearing this. Run. He couldn't care less anymore. He had to save the spatial demonic beast. This was the law of space. It was extremely rare. He couldn't let it die. Let's go. They took the heavenly void beast and left quickly. Lin Xian used the yin-yang sword and chased after them. In the end, all of them were injured. Even nine-headed Kylan had a terrifying sword wound on his back. He was almost cut in half. However, he didn't dare to fight back. He could only run for his life. Outside the yin-yang hall, everyone was waiting patiently. They were waiting for Lin Xian to come out so that they could stop him when he came out. Over the past day, they had sensed energy fluctuations in front of the yin-yang hall. Someone was coming. All of them stood up. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. Some of them used secret techniques. Some of them took out their sage weapons. They were ready to attack with all their might. they wouldn't give the other party a chance to react. Moreover, they didn't doubt that the person who came out was Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian was the only one who was still in the Yin-Yang Hall. When the other party came out, they roared and attacked immediately. The sages attacked crazily. Lei Zhen and the other chief disciples were also among them. When all of them attacked together, it was extremely powerful. Those who came out immediately screamed in pain. Not good. The two great beasts' faces turned green. They couldn't withstand the attacks of so many sages. Damn it. I'm not Lin Wudi. Nine-headed Kailan understood what was going on. These people probably thought that they were Lin Wudi. Just as he shouted, his voice was drowned out by the energy in the sky. Those who attacked sneered. He wasn't Lin Wudi. Who were they kidding? Who else could it be other than Lin Wudi in the Yin-Yang Hall? Everyone ignored him and attacked crazily. The other party wanted to bluff his way out. These people attacked even more violently. The front was completely drowned out. After a series of attacks, everyone stopped. The other party should be dead. That was for sure. Lei Zhen stood up. His eyes were filled with radiance. If he's not dead, I'll kick his head like a ball. The experts from the Demon City also stood up and sneered. They had so many experts attacking, but the other party was still alive. What a joke. Chapter 3952. At this moment, more than 10 figures appeared in the distance. All of them were sword sages. Their auras were powerful. The people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion were terrified. When the people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion saw this, they naturally understood that the kid had come out. Kill. Without saying a word, countless sword chi slashed down. The scene in front of them was shattered again. After a long time, it slowly disappeared. Let's see how you die. They sneered. At this moment, everyone was paying attention. In front of them, the sword chi disappeared. The laws slowly dissipated. Blood stained the ground. The pungent smell of blood made people frown. However, when they saw the situation clearly, they were all dumbfounded. Why is there so much sage blood? The residue doesn't seem right. They frowned. Lin Xian didn't have any scales on his body. Why does it feel like there's a monstrous demonic aura? Could it be that it's not Lin Wudi? Thinking of this possibility, they quickly widened their eyes and looked in front of them. In the next moment, they screamed. How did this happen? The experts of the monster city fainted. They realized that there were a few powerful demons in front of them. Moreover, one of them seemed to be their young master. Nine-headed Qilin. No way, the people they attacked just now were their own people. These people fainted. One had to know that they didn't hold back when they attacked just now. They wanted to kill Lin Wudi, but they didn't expect that they would kill their own people. The others were also stunned. What's going on? Didn't they say that only Lin Wudi was left in the Yin-Yang Hall? How did the nine-headed Qilin and the other powerful demons enter? Everyone was shocked. They couldn't understand at all. Lei Zhen's face darkened. He was a little disappointed. After all, it wasn't Lin Wudi. However, it was a good thing that the nine-headed Qilin was killed. After all, both sides were competitors. The sword sages in the sky were cold. Isn't that kid still inside? At this moment, an incomparable scream erupted from the crowd. The nine-headed Qilin was killed by them. The other powerful demons were also killed. This was shocking news. Could the 1,000 Demon City let this matter rest? So what? Who asked him not to reveal his identity? That's right, the monster city also took action. What right do they have to blame us? Some people were discussing. There were also people who sneered. The few great demons from the demon city also woke up, and they rushed forward as if they had gone mad. Young master, please don't die. Up ahead, the two greater demons who had come out with the nine-headed Qilin were already smashed into smithereens. Their Qilin souls had been destroyed, and they were deader than dead. There was no way they could be revived. Hence, they didn't even look at the nine-headed Qilin. The nine-headed Qilin's body was shattered, and blood flowed out of it. There was no sign of life. The nine-headed Qilin was strong, and he had made a breakthrough recently. He was strong enough to defeat everyone, but there were too many experts in the yin-yang hole. Moreover, there were more than 10 powerful sword saints among them, including Lei Jin. There were other chief disciples as well. These people originally wanted to make a move and kill Lin Xian. Therefore, no matter how strong the 9 Qilins were, they couldn't stop him. He was directly killed. Young master. The experts of the demon city went crazy. Their young master had really been killed. Although the nine-headed Qilin had 9 lives and wouldn't really die, it was still a huge price to pay for one of his lives. Why didn't their young master dodge? They couldn't understand. With their young master's strength, even if he couldn't win, it wouldn't be a problem for him to escape. Soon, they saw the nine-headed Qilin carrying a beast in his arms. When they saw the beast covered in black runes, they understood. It was the Void Beast. The nine-headed Qilin was protecting the Void Beast, and that was why he was killed. At the same time, they understood why the nine-headed Qilin would appear in the yin-yang hole. He must have cooperated with the Void Beast to assassinate Lin Xian. However, it seemed like he had failed. The Void Beast was in a bad situation. His life force was weak, and he could die at any time. They quickly treated him. The experts of the demon city quickly treated him. At the same time, they waited. Not long after, an immemorial phantom appeared on the nine-headed Qilin's body. He originally had 9 heads, but Lin Xian had killed one of them. He already had 8 heads. Now, he died again, and the 8th head was smashed. Now, only 7 heads were left. The aura of the nine-headed Qilin recovered and he came back to life. However, the moment he came back to life, he roared at the sky. Damn it! He was mad with anger. He had actually died again. He couldn't accept this. He had 9 lives, but the fight for the Great Tao was so dangerous. Even if he had 9 lives, he might not be able to reach the end. Not to mention that he had lost another life for no reason. He really died for no reason. He glanced at the Void Beast, who was being treated by their experts. He turned his head and stared ahead. You dare to attack me. You even dared to cause me to lose my life. Just you wait, I will definitely not forgive you for this matter. The demon city won't let you off. The nine-headed Qilin roared crazily. His lungs were about to explode. The assassination didn't succeed, and the Void Beast was severely injured. Now, he had lost another life. He was really angry. The people around felt their scalps go numb. It was over. The nine-headed Qilin would definitely kill everyone. Would they be able to withstand the revenge of the demon city? These people all wanted to escape. However, at this moment, Lei Jin stood out and sneered. Who allowed you to come out? We killed Lin Wudi. Who knew it was you? That's right. Someone sneered again. How would we know if you didn't tell us? Moreover, it wasn't just us. The people of the demon city also attacked, and they were even more ruthless than us. Perhaps they were the ones who killed you. What right do you have to take revenge on us? The nine-headed Chelan's face darkened when he heard this. He suddenly turned his head and stared at the experts of the demon city. The great demons had ugly expressions. They broke out in cold sweat and said awkwardly, "We really didn't know it was you." "Yes, young master. We didn't know you went in to assassinate Lin Wudi." The nine-headed Chelan spat out a mouthful of blood. He wanted to die. This time, in order to be quick and keep it a secret, he didn't call many people. He only called a few great demons from the Earth Hall. He also called the Void Beast over. He couldn't wait to assassinate it. He was afraid that a long delay would lead to trouble. Who would have thought that his originally good plan would end up burying him in a hole? "Let's go." The nine-headed Chelan roared and took the lead to rush into the sky. Right now, he could only suffer in silence, unable to speak of his suffering. "Let's go." The great demons of the demon city brought the void beast and left quickly. Everyone was discussing why the nine-headed Chelan would appear here. Some were also worried that the demon city would take revenge. In the Yin-Yang Hall, Lin Xian crossed his arms and looked at this scene. He was laughing so hard that he couldn't breathe. He had never seen such a ridiculous thing. The nine-headed Chelan had lost one of his lives. Chapter 3953. Serves them right. Lin Xian snorted. Then, he turned around and went back in. Now, he could tell that it was a dangerous place outside. The nine Chelans were so terrifying, but they were all killed in an instant. If he went out, the situation wouldn't be any better. Even if he had the great sage, he would still be chased by countless people. It wouldn't feel good. I have to think of a way to leave quietly. Lin Xian looked at the tail in his hand and sneered. He heard from Black Mountain that the Void Beast was a spatial divine beast. Its fur had the power of space. If he could refine it, he could use the power of space to leave quietly. What happened outside the Yin-Yang Hall spread quickly. As for the Golden Palace, everyone in the 5 halls knew about it. They were in an uproar. The North Demon and the Dark Red Divine Dragon heard it too. They sneered. They were courting death. Serves them right. They dared to sneak up on them. Soon, they frowned again. These people had gathered outside the Yin-Yang Hall to capture Lin Xian. The 9 Chelans were tricked this time. But what about the next time? Would Lin Xian be able to withstand so many terrifying attacks if he came out? Especially the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Another 10 Sword Saints came. The 20 Sword Saints together were incomparably powerful. Everyone was terrified. No, we have to find that kid quickly. Let's go to the Yin-Yang Hall too. The Dark Red Divine Dragon, the North Demon, Murong Qingqing, and Li Hongxiu all moved. Wang Xiaofeng and Gue Li, who were still outside, came too. They gathered and rushed towards the Yin-Yang Hall. Of course, they didn't go there directly. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if they were captured and used to threaten them. They hid in the dark and were extremely anxious. They didn't know how senior brother Lin was doing. They were worried about Water Sky City. It wasn't easy for these people to gather the Heavenly Tao Golden Lotus and enter as well. However, their strength had increased by leaps and bounds. After all, they were all top geniuses. Although they entered the Saint City late, they were able to obtain the opportunities inside. So, they chased after Lin Xian. Stay in the dark and wait for us to go take a look. Li Hongxiu suggested. Indeed, it wasn't appropriate for Peerless City's people to show their faces. However, they weren't Peerless City's people, and each of them had a special status. Those people wouldn't dare to act recklessly. The toad also cried out. Damn, this group of people is too despicable. I will drown them with ointment. They rushed out. The eyes of the people from the Yin-Yang Hall lit up when they saw them. They knew that these people were their friends from Lin County. Should they make a move? Upon closer inspection, they realized that although these people were Lin Xian's friends, they all had their own identities. Moreover, they weren't from Peerless City. For example, Li Hongxiu, the daughter of the Saint King, would you dare to attack her? These people hesitated. Lei Jin sneered. It didn't matter. Since they were here, it meant that that guy was really inside. As long as he came out, he would definitely die. These people waited even more patiently. Following which, the toad began to provoke them. Its mouth was truly too smelly, causing the faces of some experts to darken. Later, he began to hunt down the toad. However, the toad was very strong and was very familiar with this place. Even though it was being chased by dozens of people, it was still able to leave calmly. After a few days, the toad came back energetically. The saints were so angry that they gritted their teeth. The dark red divine dragon began to set up many arrays. After all, arrays were more useful in a real battle. He decided to set up some teleportation arrays to teleport the kid away. Murong Qingqing, Li Hongxiu, the North Demon, and the others were also worried. They were all waiting. However, at this moment, Lin Xian seemed to be very relaxed in the Yin-Yang Hall. He had an almost transparent beast skin in his hand. It kept rolling as he refined it with his godly fire. It was the beast skin of the void beast. Lin Xian chopped off a section of the beast's tail and peeled off the beast skin. Moreover, he didn't waste any of the beast's flesh. He preserved it perfectly. These were all good things for him to study the spatial laws. He didn't have time to study them now, but when he had the chance, he would definitely take them out to study. Lin Xian refined the demonic qi on the beast skin. Then, he kept polishing it and imprinting his soul imprint on it. Before this, he had used the great dragon sword soul to clean it a few hundred times. He had already removed all the soul imprints on it. Now, the beast skin was no longer connected to the void beast. He could use it without worry. Once he was done, Lin Xian draped the beast skin over his body and disappeared in an instant. How magical! Lin Xian took out the Great Destruction Spear and put it on. Then, he sensed it carefully. He couldn't sense it. The demonic qi on it had completely disappeared. It was indeed a good thing. The void beast was too amazing. It was really a divine beast. Indeed, it was really too good. It was like the darling of the heavens. For example, the nine-headed Qilin and the void beast had extraordinary bloodlines. Not to mention the old ones like the dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins. He should be able to go out. Lin Xian put on the beast skin and walked out of the Yin-Yang Hall. When he came to the door, he hesitated for a moment. Then, he walked out. He lingered outside. Seeing that something was wrong, he hurried back. However, he realized that after he came out, the people in front of him didn't react at all. They didn't notice him. That was great. Lin Xian was delighted. It seemed that the power of space had allowed him to hide completely. Lin Xian deliberately took a few steps forward and wandered in front of these people. In the end, no one reacted. Only Lei Jin was puzzled. Endless thunderlight burst out from his eyes as he tried to search. However, he didn't find anything. He retracted his gaze. Lin Xian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Even Lei Jin couldn't find him. It was impossible for the others to find him. He had to take a good look at who was targeting her. He was shocked. Apart from Wushuang City, almost all the big families in the Holy City had people here. Damn it, it was really something. But then again, it made sense. The origins of yin and yang were not any weaker than the laws of space. If he could get it, it would be terrifying. He remembered all these people. If he had the chance, he would kill them one by one. Not only did he see these people, but he also saw his friends. Dark Red Divine Dragon, Murong Qingqing, Li Hongxiu, Toad, and the others. These people were also here. This made Lin Xian's heart feel warm. He walked over and sent a voice transmission to Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu. Murong Qingqing was stunned. However, after hearing Lin Xian's voice transmission, she quickly calmed down. "Brother Xian, is that you?" Lin Xian said secretly. "It's me." Previously, Nine-Headed Qilin brought the Void Beast and crossed space to kill me. I killed him instead. I obtained a piece of the Void Beast's skin and refined it. Now, I'm using the power of space to sneak out. They can't see me. Looking for recommendations, monthly votes, subscriptions, collections, gifts. Chapter 3954. That's great. Murong Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief. Space Mystique. That's a lot safer. Li Hongxiu was also surprised. She transmitted her voice to Lin Fan. "You're really surprising. Every time you do it, you'll cause a huge commotion." Lin Xian chuckled and transmitted his voice to the North Demon, asking them to bring the toad and the dragon away. When the dragon and the toad were taken away, they were very unhappy. "Fuck, what's going on? Are we going to retreat?" "No, I haven't scolded them enough." The toad clamored, but in the end, it was slapped on the head and dragged away. Then, they met up with Shui Tiancheng and the others and left quietly. They went to a place far away where there was no one. The toad was unhappy. "Fuck, who hit me? Say, what's going on? Why are you suddenly retreating?" Shui Tiancheng and the others surrounded them. Before the North Demon could say anything, a figure appeared in front of them. "Naturally, it's because I came out." "It's you." The dragon was shocked. The toad jumped high. "Fuck, I've seen a ghost." Shui Tiancheng, Shi Bufan, and the others screamed. They couldn't imagine that Lin Xian would suddenly appear. "What's going on? How did you come out? Why didn't I notice you at all?" The dragon was shocked. The others were even more shocked. Lin Xian said. Naturally, he swaggered out. He waved the transparent beast skin in his hand and then covered it up. Everyone realized that the candidate had disappeared. "Space Mystique," Toad shrieked. "You actually mastered such a mystique. Didn't you say that you mastered the yin-yang laws?" The dragon was also excited. "That's right, kid. What's going on?" Lin Xian recounted the events that had transpired. When they heard it, they were shocked. It turned out that so many things had happened in the yin-yang hall. It was really too dangerous. Only Lin Xian could come back alive. If it were Lei Zhen and the others, they might not be able to come out alive. Especially when they heard that Lin Xian was being chased by the Void Beast space, they were all infuriated. Fortunately, the Heavenly Void Beast had been wounded, and one of the 9 scales had died. Meanwhile, Lin Xian had obtained a piece of Heavenly Void Beast skin. With this thing, it was equivalent to having spatial laws. Many people were envious. Lin Xian said that it wasn't that exaggerated. He could only hide his tracks and couldn't use spatial abilities. Indeed, spatial abilities were extremely terrifying. Apart from being able to hide one's tracks and teleport through space, there were also various other uses. Lin Xian had seen these when he was in the Gu family. That was the King realm. If it was the law of space, it would be even more terrifying. Everyone nodded. At this moment, Li Hongxiu also spoke up. Indeed, if it was a void palace beast, it would be fine. A piece of beast skin could only save one's life. Let me tell you, there is a person who knows how to use the law of space, and he is extremely terrifying. Everyone was stunned. Apart from the heavenly void beast, there was actually someone who knew how to use the law of space. Wasn't this too unbelievable? Once this was said, everyone was stunned. Even Lin Xian was shocked. There was actually someone who knew how to use the law of space. Then how terrifying was this person? These people were all very interested to hear the details. Li Hongxiu shrugged. I don't know either. I only know that there is an expert on the pilgrim list whose surname is Gu. His name is Gu Feng. Gu Feng. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. Could it be someone from the Gu family? Spatial abilities were extremely rare, and only a few people could grasp them. Apart from the heavenly void beast bloodline ability, the only other person who could do so would be the Gu family, a great emperor family. Moreover, this person's surname was also Gu. Gu Feng. His eyes flickered. He had never heard of this person in the quintessential world. However, great emperor families were extremely mysterious. They might not only exist in the quintessential world. There might be some in other places as well. In short, he guessed that it was very likely that Gu Feng was someone from the Gu family. If that was the case, then he would be a difficult opponent. The North Demon also said that he wondered how Gu Santong was doing. Yes, they also thought of Gu Santong. He was also a genius of the Gu family. Lin Xian thought of many things in an instant. Li Hongxiu said from the side. Forget it, you don't have to think about these things now. If you want to deal with those people, break through to the small saint realm first. Brother Xian, what are you going to do next? Murong Qingqing asked. I'm going to the Palace of All Life. I think it's time to condense the law of sword. I'll go with you. Murong Qingqing said. She had already strengthened her bloodline in the Palace of All Life. She wanted to go to the other palaces to take a look. All right. Lin Xian nodded. Li Hongxiu slapped the toad. Go your sister. Don't be a third wheel, the toad said, I'll go too. Damn it, it hurts. Tears flowed out of the toad's eyes. Then he said, who said I'm going with this kid? The Palace of All Life is a good place. Can't I go alone? The North Demon also said, we can all go to the Palace of All Life. However, we can't go together. This way, even if there's danger, we can help as soon as possible. All right. Everyone nodded and followed this plan. As for Zishui Tiancheng and the others, Lin Xian instructed them to be careful. Then he and Murong Qingqing snuggled up to each other. They put on the void beast skin and disappeared. Over at the Yin-Yang Palace, everyone was waiting with gritted teeth. However, they didn't know that Lin Xian had already left the Yin-Yang Palace. Now, he was in the Palace of All Saints. If these people knew, they would probably vomit blood. There were more laws in the Palace of All Saints. Lin Xian sensed carefully and flew in the direction of the law of the sword. During this time, he met some people. They were all powerful swordsmen. Some were even sword saints. The law of sword was very terrifying. However, everyone's law of sword was different. Some were fast and violent, while others had a destructive aura. However, without exception, they were all extremely powerful. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing shuttled through the void quickly. The people around them didn't know that the two of them had arrived. They wondered who left behind the 5 halls of the Golden Palace. It was too magical. Lin Xian was also amazed. He wasn't sure. However, he thought that it must be someone incredible. Perhaps it was the Great Sage. Perhaps it was someone above the Great Sage. As for this secret, they probably couldn't figure it out. The two of them didn't argue. Along the way, they snuggled up to each other and whispered sweet nothings. On this day, there was a sudden roar in front of them. Heaven and earth trembled. A terrifying aura spread from afar. What happened? Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing stopped. They looked into the distance. Murong Qingqing's eyes were shining with rainbow light. Lin Xian's eyes were shining with golden light. The two of them were surprised. Chapter 39:55. In front of them, light filled the sky, and a terrifying aura was vast and mighty. That was sword qi. It was unparalleled and shot straight into the clouds as if it was going to pierce through this world. Retreat quickly. Lin Xian sensed the terror of this sword qi and immediately retreated. He didn't know what it was, but it shouldn't be a human. Because it was too terrifying. The two of them were very fast in the void and left in an instant. As soon as they left, the place where they were originally standing was shattered by countless sword waves, turning into a black hole of nothingness. After retreating a long distance, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief. Murong Qingqing's face was also cold. The law of the sword was really too terrifying. That's right. Lin Xian's eyes were also flickering. He looked around. In addition to the law of the sword, there were probably also the law of the saber and some very rare law types in this place. They could all be found here. He didn't know if he could find the law of space. Lin Xian was also looking forward to it. If there was a place where he could temper and comprehend the law of space, it would be great. Thinking of this, he was right. I have something for you. He took out half of the blood essence of the void thin and gave it to Murong Qingqing. Comprehend it well. You might fight with Gu Feng in the future. Even if you don't fight Gu Feng, you might encounter the void beasts. After all, the demon city would definitely not let this matter rest. In addition to these, Lin Xian also gave some of the things he obtained to Murong Qingqing. After Murong Qingqing received them, she also gave the things she obtained from the human palace to Lin Xian. Most of the things that Murong Qingqing obtained were evolved bloodlines. Lin Xian didn't have any bloodlines, but he still accepted them. He felt that they might be of some help to his divine body. Oh right, there's another good thing. Lin Xian patted his head. He thought of something and took it out. What was this? After Murong Qingqing saw it, she was surprised. The aura of a phoenix. That's right, there was a fire phoenix in the Myriad Swords Pavilion who opposed me. Before she died, she underwent nirvana and turned into a phoenix stone. I think it should help you. This was great, it was indeed helpful. Murong Qingqing was overjoyed. Perhaps I can find out some of the Emperor clan's secrets from her. Wait, someone is coming. The two of them stopped talking and stood in the 9 heavens. A few streams of light streaked over from afar. These people were all sword saints, and Lin Xian recognized a few of them. The 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain, but not all of them. They were the 3rd and 4th of the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain. The two of them were in an abnormally sorry state. Their bodies were covered with terrifying sword wounds. It was the same for the other sword saints. They were all injured. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the terrifying sword chi was caused by these people. There should be something incredible up ahead. These sword saints made a move. He must have activated the mechanism. He didn't know what it was, but if it could move these sword saints, it should be a good treasure. However, Lin Xian didn't make a move, because the sword chi in front of him was too terrifying. Even he couldn't resist it. Moreover, he didn't want to expose his identity too early. Otherwise, those people from the Yin-Yang Hall would kill him again. Hiding in the void, Lin Xian turned and left. Now, the most important thing was to condense the law of sword. After flying for a few more days, Lin Xian stopped. He realized that there was an extremely strong sword intent in front of him. It was the condensation of the law. He descended to comprehend it. He realized that it was some plants and vines. They had an unusually cold aura. He looked carefully and realized that these plants were all growing on the broken sword. The aura on the broken sword was too terrifying, so these plants also had a terrifying sword aura. Some of them even bore fruit. This should be the fruit of the sword. Lin Xian didn't make a move rashly, because this place wasn't too far from the place where the sword chi had erupted. Moreover, the remnant sword intent here was also very terrifying. If he activated some mechanism and attracted unnecessary trouble, it would be terrible. He waited. When the 7 swords of Tianshan made a move, he could make a move. At that time, everyone would pay attention to the even more terrifying sword chi and wouldn't pay attention to him. After waiting for 2 days, the sword chi in front of him surged into the sky again. The terrifying scene attracted the attention of countless people. It was a good opportunity. At this time, Lin Xian also made a move with thunder. Because there was also a sword wave on his side. However, compared to the terrifying scene in the distance, he did a little better here, so it didn't attract too much attention. Half a day later, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing left. They had obtained 100 fruits. Lin Xian was very satisfied with this. He immediately swallowed the 5 fruits and felt a sharp sword aura circulating in his body. As expected, the sword intent contained in these fruits was very terrifying. It was far more powerful than what he had seen in the outside world. He ate more than 20 fruits in one go. Then, the sword essence in his body kept rushing out. Lin Xian began to comprehend here. Not long after, he finished eating the 100 sword seed fruits. He opened his eyes and sighed. It was a pity that he didn't condense the sword principle. From this, it could be seen that the sword principle was very difficult to comprehend. However, the effect of these 100 fruits was also very good. At least, Lin Xian's sword chi had become more terrifying than before. Lin Xian and the others returned. While waiting for the sword chi in front of them to fill the sky, they picked nearly 100 more fruits. After a few attacks, Lin Xian's sword chi increased rapidly. However, Lin Xian knew that these could only increase his sword chi. If he wanted to comprehend the true sword principle, he still needed other things. On this day, Lin Xian ate another 30 invisible fruits and prepared to comprehend. Not long after, there was a sudden roar in the distance. Endless sword chi rolled between heaven and earth. The phenomenon of heaven and earth was also emitting a red light. Had there been a change? Murong Qingqing's eyes flickered, revealing a look of surprise. She looked at Lin Xian and didn't say anything. She just waited. After waiting for half a day, Lin Xian opened his eyes. Murong Qingqing then told him what had happened. Lin Xian also stood up and looked into the distance. He also felt that there was a terrifying principal in front of him. Obviously, there had been a change in front. Chapter 39:56. In front of them, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The void shattered. A huge stone tablet was faintly discernible, and it looked like a huge sword that reached the sky. The sword chi emitted from it was really terrifying. This should be the legendary place of the hidden sword. A sword saint looked up to the sky and laughed. He was really lucky. He actually saw the place of the hidden sword reappear in the world. The eyes of the surrounding experts were also burning with passion as they stared at the front. There was an extremely shocking law in front of them, as if it could easily split people in half. Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore. A sword saint turned into a stream of light and rushed forward. However, when he got close, he screamed and retreated in horror. Many wounds appeared on his body, and blood dyed his body red. He screamed in horror and ran back. The surrounding experts were also shocked. This was a sword saint in the fifth heaven, and he was very strong. It was really unbelievable that such a scene happened just because he rushed over. Boz! Boz! More people came from afar. They came close, and their eyes emitted a piercing light, which shocked the surrounding experts. They were young geniuses. They felt that the sword chi on these young people was even more terrifying than theirs. They should be the 7 swords of Tianshan from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Many people's eyelids twitched. Indeed, Lin Xian also saw them. They were also a few familiar faces. After the 7 swords of Tianshan arrived, they also frowned when they sensed the aura in front of them. The eldest of the Tianshan sect's sacred weapon was extremely solemn. The second of the Tianshan sect looked around and asked, "Big brother, should we join forces with these people?" There was no need. The eldest of the Tianshan sect snorted coldly. They didn't take these people's strength seriously. The 7 swords of Tianshan were so powerful that they didn't even care about the older generation. More experts appeared around them, but they were a little far away. They formed an arc and appeared in the nearby void. Gradually, the scene in front of them became more and more terrifying. The sword chi was like a sea, and it was terrifying. Everyone was shocked. In the endless sword chi, the faintly discernible sword shadow was really shocking. It had an endless mysterious aura. They had to go over. These people's eyes emitted piercing light. Only by getting close could they obtain the sword Dao treasure. After waiting for another 2 days, the surrounding experts couldn't hold it in any longer. They were prepared to make a move. 3 long swords appeared behind a sword saint and enveloped him. They formed a triangle and cut through the void. The sword light that blossomed at this moment was incomparable. However, not too long after they charged out, cracks began to appear on the 3 saint artifacts. It seemed like they were unable to withstand the boundless sea of swords before them. Damn it, the sword saint was instantly terrified. The surrounding people were shocked. However, these people who dared to come here were all experts. "Let's go." A tall man with fiery red wings on his back opened his mouth and spat out a war chariot. It was a blazing chariot. After he got on, the 2 people beside him also got on. The 3 of them tore through the void and rushed forward. The flames that filled the sky were attacked by the endless swords, but they were not damaged. The people in the distance shrieked. Their eyes were filled with envy. "Let's go." On the other side, someone took out a golden cauldron. It kept getting bigger. Several figures stood up, tearing apart the void, rushing forward noisily. Everyone displayed their techniques one after another. Of course, some people's defenses were directly torn apart by the Sea of Swords midway and chopped into pieces. Their blood was dyed red and swallowed by the sword chi. It was extremely dangerous to go over. The 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain also had flickering eyes. Let's go. The eldest, second, and third brothers of Heavenly Mountain formed a sword formation and rushed forward. Endless snowflakes floated out of their bodies, forming a terrifying world of ice. Lin Xian didn't see the others. They must have split up. Seeing these people display their techniques, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing also prepared to set off. Lin Xian didn't dare to use the void beast skin again. He was afraid that this spatial treasure would be damaged. After all, the Sea of Swords in front of them was too terrifying. He and Murong Qingqing rode on the black earth. They flew forward. Although the black earth wasn't as good as the Great Sage Tower, it wasn't an ordinary sacred artifact. Its defense was extremely terrifying. After entering the Sea of Swords, they felt the terrifying aura around them. Inside the black earth, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing also had solemn expressions. They set up a formation and paid attention to the scene outside. Suddenly, they discovered that not far ahead, a monstrous sword wave suddenly surged out. It enveloped the 3 of the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain. What's going on? Is it an accident or did someone make a move? Lin Xian was surprised. The 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain also roared crazily. The eldest of Heavenly Mountain roared, and the sword chi on his body split open the sky. A blue sword light swept across the 9 heavens. The second and third brothers of Heavenly Mountain did the same. They all practiced the Heavenly Mountain sword technique, which belonged to the same power. Therefore, at this moment, the 3 of them performed the Heavenly Mountain sword technique together, forming a terrifying ice sword chi. They resisted the surrounding Sea of Swords. Then, they turned into a huge blue sword that enveloped the 3 of them and moved forward again. Buzz! Just like that, everyone relied on their own strength. They charged towards the sword's shadow in front of them. However, not long after, Lin Xian and the others felt a huge aura rushing over from behind. It was even about to collide with the black earth. The black earth and the black earth were like agile snakes. They instantly drew an arc and dodged. A purple light flashed past them like a bolt of lightning. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He saw that it was a purple gourd with a few figures standing on it. At this moment, he turned his head and snorted disdainfully. Are you provoking me? Lin Xian laughed. There are really people who don't know what's good for them. Beside him, Murong Qingqing also walked out. That gourd didn't look ordinary. It should be a high-grade sacred artifact. I didn't expect these people to be so bold. Do they want to cause a conflict in this Sea of Swords? Brother Xian, this place is too dangerous. Why don't we wait until we reach our destination and teach them a lesson? Lin Xian nodded. He deeply remembered the purple gourd and the figures on it. Buzz buzz buzz. In this Sea of Swords, their speed wouldn't be too fast. At least, it was much slower than their usual speed. Sometimes, not only could they not advance, they had to retreat. Therefore, it wasn't very easy to reach their destination. The sky gradually darkened. However, these sacred artifacts shone brightly like suns, illuminating the surroundings. Of course, as long as the places that couldn't be illuminated were dark, their line of sight would be blocked. At this moment, a few black figures rushed out from the darkness. A few ships rushed towards the black earth. Lin Xian frowned. Was there someone who didn't know what was good for them? Was it that purple gourd? Chapter 3957. They wanted to make a move, but they soon realized that it wasn't a purple gourd. Instead, it was a white shadow that looked like a white spirit boat. Those were bones. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He could tell that those were white bones that were made of white bones. Not only that, they could also feel the cold and sinister aura coming from the white bone spirit boat. Brother Xian, there doesn't seem to be any living people on it. Murong Qingqing, who was beside him, was also beautiful and compact. Lin Xian could also feel that such a cold aura wasn't suitable for people to go up. Could it be the guardian of this place? Lin Xian guessed. Murong Qingqing's body flickered with a seven-colored light. She said that it might not be. Perhaps someone else had secretly made a move. Brother Xian, have you heard of the Yellow Springs Hole? Yellow Springs Hole? Never heard of it. Lin Xian shook his head. Murong Qingqing said. The Yellow Springs Hall was also one of the holy cities, and they were very strong. They cultivated a cold aura, and it was even rumored that they could control ghosts. This wasn't the first time this Sea of Swords had been opened, right? In the past, there would have been countless experts coming over. After some experts died, their corpses were swallowed by the Sea of Swords. In the past 10,000 years, who knew how many corpses of experts had been hidden? It was likely that the people of the Yellow Springs Hall had come and secretly controlled these corpses. They attacked us. Hearing Murong Qingqing's analysis, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. If it really was the Yellow Springs Hall, it might really be possible. Other than them, the others were also attacked. Some people screamed, "Get out of the way, don't be disturbed by those bone overlords." There were also people roaring, "Damn Yellow Springs Hall, come out and fight us head-on." It was useless. Those white bone spirit boats were formed from countless bones. There were also white bone palaces on them, and many white bone creatures rushed out from them. They were also formed from bones, but they were in strange shapes. After all, after so many years, it was impossible for the corpses to be completely preserved. Therefore, different bones combined together to form the white bone life spirits. Although they looked strange, their auras were incomparably terrifying. These were the corpses of saints, and some of them were even powerful sword saints. The forest of bones charged over, their yin qi overflowing. Terrifying energy and laws surged. The purple gourd in front snorted coldly. The person on top of it cast a spell. The purple gourd spewed out purple flames that engulfed the entire sky. The two ancient white boats were instantly engulfed by the purple flames. On the other side, the golden cauldron was just as aggressive as it charged forward. The white bone spiritual boat was smashed into pieces. The others also attacked one after another. Lin Xian also unleashed a law attack. The danger had been resolved. "Do you think you can trap us with mere bones?" Those people sneered as they didn't know what was good for them. However, very soon, he could no longer smile. After the white bone forest states disappeared, countless black shadows appeared in the surroundings. They rushed over. The white bone spirit boats were densely packed. There were at least 1,000 of them. Above them, there was an endless army of skeletons. Damn it, why are there so many of them? This time, the sages felt their scalps go numb. They didn't care about the previous dozen or so sages. But now, there were more than 1,000, and even more. They couldn't help but be shocked. There were hundreds of times more people than them. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing's expressions also became extremely ugly. They didn't know how many powerhouses had come to the Netherworld Hall to be able to control so many skeletons. It seemed that they had no choice but to take action. Lin Xian looked at Murong Qingqing. Then, the two of them took a deep breath and began to attack. A great battle broke out. Thousands of white-boned spirit boats rushed over and engulfed everything. These people fought back crazily. This battle lasted for 5 days and 5 nights. Some people tore through the countless skeletons and charged out, while others were engulfed by the army of skeletons and completely lost their lives. On the 6th day, when the sun rose, those skeletons sank into the sword chi and disappeared. Those who were still alive heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing retreated. Their faces were a little pale, but they weren't injured. Both of them were very powerful. It was just that the 5 days of fighting had exhausted them a little, that was all. Murong Qingqing took a pill, while Lin Xian took out a few beasts' barbecued meat and ate it to recover quickly. In the following period of time, everything was calm and peaceful. Finally, they arrived on this day. At this moment, these sages were all recovering, but when they arrived, they opened their eyes one after another. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing also stood up and looked forward. In the next moment, they were stunned. What's going on? Lin Xian was stunned. Murong Qingqing was also shocked. Am I seeing things? The other powerhouses were also stunned. Even the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain were extremely shocked. How is this possible? Isn't it a gigantic sword? Why is it a broken sword? Previously, when they were watching from afar, it was a stone tablet in the shape of a gigantic sword. However, when they came closer, they saw a stone sword in front of them. It was only 3 feet long, and half of it was broken. It was floating there, emitting a mysterious aura. The scene was really too strange. Is this a fantasy? One of the sages decided to try. With the pagoda above his head, he carefully walked forward. As soon as he got close to him, his body instantly shrank. In the end, he looked like an ant. What's going on? The others were also terrified. The shrunken sage was sucked into the broken sword and disappeared. Is there any danger? After waiting for a long time, they didn't see the other party come out. These people were very puzzled. The powerhouses began to analyze. Perhaps there was a space inside, and the laws inside were too powerful, affecting the laws of heaven and earth. That's why we got closer and shrank our bodies according to its laws. There should be a world inside the broken sword. Perhaps the fortune was inside. These people were all excited. Let's go. Some people couldn't help it. The others' eyes were also burning. It was worth the risk for the fortune inside. Charge. Many people were swaying. However, at that moment, a blue sword light descended from the sky. One of the people's body was frozen and then broken. Damn it, who attacked? Their companions screamed crazily. Then, they saw 3 people surrounded by cold sword chi. The voice was cold. Get lost if you don't want to die. Damn it, the companions who were killed roared crazily. How dare you attack us? They were really angry. However, what welcomed them was sword chi that filled the sky. The entire world turned into ice. Their movements became very slow, and even the speed of the circulation of their power slowed down. Oh no, it's only the Heavenly Mountain sword technique. Are they the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain? Many people felt their scalps go numb and they frantically retreated. The 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain were so terrifying that they didn't dare to fight back. The leader of the Heavenly Mountain sword technique snorted coldly. Since you know who I am, get lost quickly. Chapter 3958. I also think it's time to clear out a batch of trash. The figures sitting on the purple gourd sneered. They suddenly activated the gourd and shot out purple flames. A great battle broke out just like that. With the treasure in front of them, they definitely wanted to get rid of the dissidents and monopolize the treasure. Therefore, after the purple gourd, the golden cauldron also began to rampage. Those who were weaker were directly smashed into a bloody mist. For a moment, monstrous laws swept out in all directions. Terrifying sword chi, ice, and flames surged all over the sky. They can't even withstand a single blow. There were 5 people standing on the purple gourd. Their eyes were filled with disdain. Suddenly, one of them turned his head and looked behind. There were purple flames in his eyes. That person is still alive. Hearing his companion's words, the others turned their heads. They saw a spirit ship behind them that was constantly bobbing up and down. This spirit ship could dodge their attacks previously, but they didn't care. They just didn't expect that in such a chaotic battle, that person is still alive. I don't like him. Let's kill him. That person said. Then, a flame rose from the purple gourd and rushed to the back. The black earth was constantly flashing, sometimes attacking, sometimes defending. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing were not surprised by this sudden battle. They were all people who had experienced hundreds of battles and had long seen the biting cold methods of these experts. Therefore, they were also attacking aggressively. Suddenly, the temperature of the black earth suddenly increased, and even white smoke appeared in the internal space. What's going on? Someone is attacking them, and it's an extremely terrifying flame. Murong Qingqing snorted coldly and shot out a 7-colored light. Immediately, the 7-colored light collided with the purple flames. It blocked the flames outside. Lin Xian frowned. Is it the purple gourd? These people are courting death. I'll fulfill their wishes. They're actually not dead. The person on the gourd was surprised. Interesting. The person inside actually has some means to block our purple ethereal heavenly fire. The person inside, come out if you have the guts to play with me. A man rushed out. He wore purple armor and held a purple longsword in his hand as he charged towards the black earth. The purple flames that filled the sky leaped and struck the black earth with a sonorous sound. "Ant, come out and accept your death." This purple-armored man was extremely arrogant. Whing. Inside the black earth, Lin Xian coldly snorted. He moved. In an instant, he rushed out, turning into a peerless streak of sword light, tearing apart the 9 heavens. The armored man originally had a look of disdain on his face, but the aura coming from below caused his expression to change drastically. Damn it, I was too careless. This is an expert. In an instant, he felt a powerful nomological power rushing towards him. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. In a hurry, he could only attack to defend himself. The purple flames that filled the sky danced on his body, forming a purple shield. It was simple and unadorned. Boom! Ah! Clanging sounds could be heard, followed by miserable screams. The purple shield was instantly split into 2 halves. Not only that, the man's purple armor was also constantly shattering. His entire body was split apart by the sword. Blood dyed the void red. How was this possible? In the distance, the people on the gourd were stunned. The experts who were fighting in the surroundings also exclaimed. This sword made their hair stand on end. It seemed that there was another hidden expert. The purple gourd released a terrifying burning cloud that enveloped the injured man and brought him back. At the same time, the saints on the gourd roared. Who dares to injure our purple void temple? Do you want to die? Their gazes were fixed on the black spirit ship. The others were also shocked. The Purple Void Temple was also a terrifying sacred city. These were all top experts of the Purple Void Temple, but they were easily injured at this moment. Who is inside the Black Spirit ship? Is the Purple Void Temple that amazing? My Wushuang city has never been afraid of a challenge. A cold voice came from the Black Spirit ship. After the surrounding people heard it, they were also shocked. Wushuang City, this person was actually from Wushuang City. They were too surprised. The people from the Purple Void Temple were also stunned. It seemed that the other party was also from the sacred city. What surprised them was that there were no powerful people in Wushuang City recently. If it was the second-generation disciples, then there was indeed a group of powerful experts that made them fearful. But the third-generation disciples had only been there for a few years. They might not even have mastered the secret technique, but they dared to show off in front of them. However, some people were also shocked. Could the genius of Wushuang City be Lin Wudi? At the mention of this name, their bodies began to tremble. If it was really him, then they would be in danger. Impossible. Some people shook their heads. How could that kid be here? That kid is trapped in the Yin-Yang Hall and can't come out. If he comes out, he'll die. Indeed, the others knew about what happened in the Yin-Yang Hall. If there was one person who was least likely to be here, it would be Lin Wudi. So, they were all relieved. It's just Wushuang City. Other than Lin Wudi, the others are nothing in their eyes. Since it's not Lin Wudi, then go to hell. On the purple gourd, the Purple Void Temple saints snorted. They spat out terrifying flames again. The raging flames swept toward the black earth. However, an extremely terrifying sword chi came out of the black earth. A sword broke the 9 heavens. The flames in the sky were torn apart. The purple gourd was sent flying. The people on the ground felt their blood boil. Some even vomited blood. Damn it, how could he be so strong? He's a top sword saint. Everyone screamed. The faces of the people from the Purple Void Temple were also gloomy. Damn it. Who is he? Does Wushuang City already have such a terrifying existence? Boom. At this moment, the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain attacked. The terrifying Heavenly Mountain sword technique descended from the sky. It carried an icy aura that froze everything. The space in front of them was instantly covered in a thick layer of ice that spread for thousands of miles. The black earth was frozen. The 7-colored light rotated and the surrounding ice shattered instantly. Furthermore, it completely blocked the icy aura. It can even block the Heavenly Mountain sword technique. The people around them were shocked. The 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain had gloomy expressions. At this moment, a golden light cut through the black earth. With a clang, the black earth was sent flying. It was a golden cauldron that directly shattered the sky. That terrifying power caused everyone to tremble. This time, the saint artifact should be shattered, right? Many people swallowed their saliva. They knew that there were a few inside the golden cauldron. It was incredible. They weren't from the sacred city, but they were members of the 10,000 ancient races. Golden ants, this group of ants had immense strength. They were mutants. Chapter 39:59. Boom. Just as everyone was discussing, a black spiritual ship charged over from afar. It contained an unimaginable amount of power as it crashed into the ship. It was courting death. The golden ants sneered and pushed the golden cauldron forward. If the other party didn't die, then let's attack again. They had to destroy the other party. At the moment of collision, a pair of fists came out from the black earth. They were like the sun as they punched forward. Clang! The surrounding sages shook and their faces turned pale. They almost fainted from the impact. The golden cauldron was sent flying in an instant. Inside the golden cauldron, several golden ants vomited blood from the impact. One of their arms was even shattered. How could it be? How could the other party be so powerful? The golden ants were stunned. The rest of the people were also stunned. This was too strange. How could the mysterious expert from Wishwang City be so powerful? If it wasn't for the Yin-Yang Hall being surrounded by countless people, they would have suspected that the person inside was Lin Wudi. But other than Lin Wudi, was there anyone else in Wishwang City who was so terrifying? They couldn't think of anything. Could it be a second-generation disciple of Wishwang City who suppressed his cultivation and snuck in? It's possible. Everyone, be careful. These people were extremely vigilant. Everyone, why don't we work together to kick him out? Yes, Wishwang City already had Lin Wudi who caused a ruckus. They definitely wouldn't allow a second person to appear. The golden ant walked forward. The people from Purple Void Temple also took a step forward. In the sky, 3 sword sages from the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain also landed. The others nodded when they saw the 3 forces taking the lead. Good. No matter who you are. Don't even think about taking another step forward today. These people made their moves. A terrifying power surged towards the black earth. Inside the black earth, Lin Xian snorted. They didn't know what was good for them. Don't hold back. The 2 of them didn't go out. Although they were separated by the black earth, their attacks weren't weak at all. Lin Xian stretched out his golden hand to fight against the golden ant. At the same time, he used his sword Qi to fight against the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain. On the other side, Murong Qingqing did the same. The rainbow light blocked the purple flames. At the same time, she used her unique skills to defend against the surrounding attacks. The 2 of them joined forces to contend against all sides. Damn it, how could this be? How could the person inside be so powerful? We can't even take each other's hands. These people were truly shocked. Not only that, they realized that not only were they unable to take down the other party, but the other party was also flying towards the broken sword. Stop it. Don't let it go in. These people roared crazily. Whing. Their attacks became even more terrifying. However, at this moment, a green wave of light rushed over and attacked their souls. These people were trembling, their souls wounded. Damn it, ocular technique. They were terrified. They didn't expect that the other party would have such a terrifying soul attack. For a moment, they all fell into the trap. A gap appeared in the sky, and the black earth rushed in. After entering, they discovered that there was indeed another space inside the broken sword. It was very spacious inside. The person who came in earlier was already dead. His body was cut in half at the waist and fell to the ground. His eyes were wide open, and it seemed like he had been dead for a long time. This made Lin Xian shocked. It seems that this space was not safe. There should be some terrifying trap or array formation. The others also followed in. When they arrived and saw that the person who came in earlier had been killed, they all heaved a sigh of relief. This meant that the creation had not been taken away by others. They discovered that there was a pavilion in front of them that was completely formed by sword Qi. The Sword Rain Pavilion. That pavilion was too magnificent, and the aura on it was incomparable. The sun, moon, and stars were revolving in the sword Qi. It was like a universe. There was indeed a creation inside. Hurry up and rush over. The black earth moved quickly. How dare you! The 7 Swords of Heavenly Mountain used a terrifying ice sword technique to freeze everything and block. The black earth slowed down, but when the 7-colored light shattered the ice, its speed became faster again. Other than the 7 Swords of Heavenly Mountain, the others also attacked crazily. It was impossible for them to let the other party succeed. The black earth was trembling from the attacks, especially later. The other 7 Swords of Heavenly Mountain also came. They attacked together, and the black earth was frozen. Even Murong Qingqing couldn't break the ice in a short time. Boom! Lin Xian snorted coldly and struck out with his palm. The Sun Law spread out and melted the ice. At the same time, the 9 Yang Divine Fire and the Purple Void Heavenly Fire collided. Brother Xian, I'll help you block it. Hurry up and go to the Sword Rain Pavilion in front. Murong Qingqing said. After Lin Xian heard this, he was a little worried. Can I? Brother Xian, trust me, it won't be a problem. Alright, I'll leave this to you. Lin Xian left the Great Sage Pagoda to Murong Qingqing. Then, he turned into a stream of light and rushed forward. Damn it, he abandoned the spirit boat and wanted to rush forward alone. He wouldn't let him succeed. The 7 Swords of Heavenly Mountain, Golden Ant, and Purple Void Temple attacked crazily. However, at this moment, a 7-colored light appeared from the spirit boat and blocked all the attacks. What was going on? There was actually someone in the spirit boat. It wasn't a person. They were stunned. Your opponent is me. A cold voice came from the black earth. It was abnormally pleasant to the ears. The surrounding people were surprised. It was a woman. A woman wants to compete with us. The 7 Swords of Heavenly Mountain and the others sneered disdainfully. In the next moment, their pupils constricted. Phoenix. They saw a 7-colored phoenix covering the sky and the earth. It shrouded the front and cut off the heaven and earth. Damn it! Attack! They were really angry. With that person's speed, he would probably rush into the Sword Rain Pavilion soon. Kill! These experts attacked together, and the 7-colored phoenix in the sky fought against them. The battle between the two sides was incomparably intense. Murong Qingqing was indeed very powerful. With so many powerful warriors, she was still able to block them all. However, gradually, the phoenix's shadow also dimmed. There was no other way. The surrounding experts were too powerful, especially the 7 Swords of Heavenly Mountain. The 5 of them were really terrifying when they joined forces. Not to mention the Golden Ant and the experts of the Purple Void Temple. There were even other experts besieging her. Murong Qingqing was already very heaven-defying to be able to hold on until now. However, at this moment, the 7-colored phoenix was blown up by someone. Light scattered all over the sky. Great, I'll kill her. They rushed in. They didn't care about a mere spirit boat. Boom! They were sent flying. A pagoda appeared and blocked all their attacks. Lin Xian was originally a little worried. However, when he saw Murong Qingqing's strength, he heaved a sigh of relief. Even if this girl's strength wasn't as good as his, it wasn't too far off. It shouldn't be a problem for her to resist these people. He'd better get the opportunity as soon as possible and then go back to support her. He rushed towards the Sword Rain Pavilion. Chapter 3960. The spatial divine ability had saved his life. A cold murderous intent suddenly appeared and slashed at him. He was almost hit. It was too mysterious. Now that he no longer had the Great Sage Pagoda, he dared to fight against countless saints with his defense. But the sword just now was too cold. He had no doubt that even a minor saint would be killed instantly. But fortunately, he dodged it. The next moment, he entered the Raining Swords Pagoda. Damn it, he went in. Those people in the distance screamed crazily when they saw this scene. Finally, someone went in. They also wanted to enter the Raining Swords Pagoda, but they were blocked. The terrifying sword chi cut them apart. Those sword chi made everyone's hair stand on end. Some people wanted to force their way up, charging in with their sacred artifacts. However, a beam of sword light cleaved them apart. Not only that, the sacred artifact was also cut in half. Not good, it's too strong. These people's scalps went numb. This sword chi was not something they could resist. Even a minor saint would not be able to resist it. Damn it, how did that kid get in? Forget it, we can't go in. Let's just wait here and capture his companions. When the time comes, we'll make him hesitate. These people rushed back again and began to attack Murong Qingqing crazily. Murong Qingqing stopped fighting and directly entered the Great Sage Pagoda. She couldn't activate the Great Sage Pagoda, but it was enough to defend. Those attacks hit the Great Sage Pagoda and shook it. However, the Great Sage Pagoda remained motionless. The surrounding experts were so angry that they were about to vomit blood. On the other side, after Lin Xian entered the Raining Swords Pagoda, he stared ahead and couldn't take his eyes off it. In front of him was a sword stele that was 2 meters tall. It was engraved with sword Dao marks. Lin Xian could feel that the aura of the law of sword on it was too strong. With it, he could definitely comprehend the law of sword. Lin Xian sat down cross-legged. He began to comprehend. However, 3 days later, he opened his eyes. This sword stele was indeed a good item. However, wanting to comprehend the sword laws would probably not be easy. Lin Xian possessed the Great Dragon Sword Soul. His attack power was extremely strong, and his swordsmanship was outstanding. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be a problem for him to comprehend the Great Dragon Sword Soul. But it was the opposite. It was precisely because he possessed the Great Dragon Sword Soul that his sword skills and attacks were extremely powerful. Thus, it was 100 times more difficult for him to condense laws compared to ordinary swordsmen. Even though he had 7 Heavenly Dao Golden Lotuses, it would still take him a lot of time to comprehend them. Under normal circumstances, Lin Xian wouldn't care at all. But now, he couldn't. Murong Qingqing was still outside. Although he had the Great Sage Pagoda, there was no guarantee that an accident would happen. He had to leave as soon as possible. In his anxiety, he suddenly discovered that a bronze door had appeared in front of him. Lin Xian suddenly stood up. He was shocked. How could this be? Bewildered, he walked in and found that, as expected, he had entered. The bronze emissary looked at him with flickering eyes. "You're here." Lin Xian was astonished. "Senior, was there a bronze door here as well?" He was too shocked. The bronze emissary said that when you had more than 5 Heavenly Dao Golden Lotuses, a bronze door could appear anywhere. As long as you wanted to. Lin Xian was shocked. It seemed that the more Heavenly Dao Golden Lotuses there were, the better. He had 7 now, which was already more than the previous people. But he knew that this wasn't the final result. For example, if he went into exchange, it was hard to say how many would be left in the end. "Young man, what do you want to exchange for?" The bronze emissary asked. Lin Xian thought for a moment, then said, "I don't want any of the treasures listed above." I only want a cultivation room that can allow me to comprehend the laws. But I don't have enough time. I want more time. Okay. The bronze emissary nodded. Lin Xian was stunned. Originally, he just wanted to say what he wanted. He didn't expect it to be possible. The bronze emissary said that one heavenly Tao golden lotus could be exchanged for 1 year. 1 year. Lin Xian could exchange for 7, but 7 years later, Murong Qingqing would have been teleported out. He couldn't wait. The bronze emissary seemed to see Lin Xian's hesitation. He said, 1 year in the space is only 1 day in the outside world. 7 years is equivalent to 7 days in the outside world. Can you exchange for it? What? There was such a good thing. Lin Xian was stunned. What was standing behind the bronze door? It could even reverse time. One had to know that among all the laws, space was king, but time was supreme. Time was even more mysterious than space. Time was a mystery to everyone, and it was irreversible. Therefore, this kind of time reversal rate was inconceivable to people. What kind of method was needed to achieve this? Probably even the Sage King and the Great Sage couldn't do it. He really didn't know what kind of existence stood behind the Star of Destiny. He didn't need to care about this. He hurriedly said, okay, I'll exchange for 7 years. The 7 heavenly Tao golden lotuses disappeared. Lin Xian felt that he had left the bronze door and returned to the sword steel. His surroundings became hazy, as if there was a mysterious power. It should be enough. Lin Xian took a deep breath and sat down cross-legged, wholeheartedly comprehending the sword Tao. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. And outside, 5 days had passed. In these 5 days, the Great Sage Pagoda had withstood countless attacks, but it was still unscathed. This shocked everyone. At the same time, their eyes turned red. Treasure, this was definitely a treasure for self-improvement. Such a defense was simply invincible. Damn it, they had to get it. Previously, they only wanted to capture the people in the spirit boat to threaten Lin Wudi. Now, their thoughts were different. No matter whether the people inside died or not, they had to get this pagoda. This was even more precious than comprehending the sword Tao. The 5 swords of Heavenly Mountain directly unleashed a world of frost. Endless ice sword chi directly froze the space where the Great Sage Pagoda was. The other experts were also trying, but they still couldn't do anything. However, they had plenty of patience. In the Great Sage Pagoda, Murong Qingqing was fine. She wasn't injured, and she had already recovered from her previous exhaustion. However, she frowned. The people outside were eyeing her covetously. The situation was very dangerous. Besides, she didn't know how Lin Xian was doing. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed. And on this day, in the sword tower, Lin Xian opened his eyes, and there was an additional sword Tao on his body. Countless sword Tao intertwined, forming small swords with a monstrous aura. It was abnormally terrifying. Given Lin Xian's talent and the previous sword steel, he had finally managed to condense the nomological laws of the sword in 6 years. There was less than a year left, and Lin Xian didn't waste it. He quickly consolidated it. Finally, on the 7th day, Lin Xian felt that the mysterious aura around him disappeared. He stood up. He knew that the passage of time no longer existed. Now, he had returned to the normal world. He looked at the sword steel in front of him and bowed respectfully 3 times. Without this sword steel, he was afraid that he would have to spend 60 years to comprehend the sword Tao. Now, after 6 years of comprehension, the speed of improvement was too fast. Buzz. Lin Xian walked out. Chapter 3961. Outside, the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain, Purple Void Temple, Golden Ant, and the others all looked gloomy. It had been 7 days and it had not been announced yet. The defense of the pagoda was too strong. Even if it had been 7 months, they would have had to wait. The 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain snorted. The Golden Ant's eyes were also red. This was even more terrifying than their golden cauldron. They had to get it. Suddenly, someone turned around and exclaimed. There seemed to be a fluctuation from the Sword Rain Tower. Someone had come out. What? Did that kid come out? In 7 days, could it be that he had obtained a treasure? No matter what he got, they would kill him and snatch the fortune and the pagoda. These people revealed a ferocious expression. Lin Xian rushed out from the Raining Swords Pavilion side. He used the Void Walk again to avoid the sure-kill sword and came out. As soon as he came out, he felt a terrifying chill. It was snowing heavily in front of him, and ice covered thousands of miles. The hall was also frozen. Although he knew that the Great Sage Pagoda's defense was strong, and Murong Qingqing should be fine. However, this scene still infuriated him. Previously, he was blocked by the crowd in the Yin-Yang Hall. If he did not have the Void Beast skin, he might have died. And these people still dared to attack him. They were really courting death. He strode forward in large strides. Kid, you're out. Hurry up and kneel down. Give us the fortune and we'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, you and your companions will die without a doubt. The 2 people from the Purple Void Temple rushed forward. They revealed a ferocious expression. Flames surged from their bodies. Buzz! Lin Xian raised his hand and condensed the Great Sun Sword. He slashed forward. With a pft, the 2 people's heads were chopped off. Blood splattered everywhere. The headless corpses screamed and retreated. Damn it! They were terrified. The sword just now made their hearts jump. They did not have time to defend themselves and were seriously injured. The other people behind were also terrified. The other party attacked directly, and they felt that he was stronger than before. The Law of Sword. The 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain screamed. It was the Law of Sword. Did he condense the Law of Sword? Many people looked over. In the next moment, their pupils constricted. Damn kid, it's you. This time, Lin Xian did not hide. He revealed his true face. Therefore, the 5 swords of Heavenly Mountain screamed when they saw him. The Golden Ant and the Purple Void Temple were confused. They asked, you know this kid? The people of the Purple Void Temple gnashed their teeth. Whether you know him or not. Today, he would die. Lin Wudi, why are you here? Weren't you besieged by people? How did you leave the Yin-Yang Hall? The 5 swords of swords screamed. He really couldn't figure out how the other party came out. The Purple Hollow Palace Golden Ant was also stunned. What? Lin. These people were dumbfounded. They God Mountain Demon, they. This was the legendary Great Demon King. Although they had never seen him before, they had heard of his name countless times. Unexpectedly, the young man in front of him was the one who was chasing after Lin Wudi. They were scared to death. Impossible. Wasn't Lin Wudi blocked in the Yin-Yang Hall by the army of sages? How did he come here? But they knew that the 5 swords of Heavenly Mountain would not be wrong. Although I don't know how you came out, you killed 2 of my junior brothers. Today, I'll tear you into pieces. The 5 swords of Heavenly Mountain gnashed their teeth. 2 of the original 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain had died. Now, their array was not as powerful as before. Today, I'll send all 5 of you to hell. I'll let you reunite in the netherworld. Lin Xian said coldly. Kid, don't be so arrogant. Our strength has changed these days. The leader of Heavenly Mountain gnashed his teeth and roared. Indeed, they came back immediately after they were defeated that day. These days, they obtained a lot of treasures and improved their swordsmanship. This time, there were the Golden Ant and the Purple Void Temple. They did not believe that they could not suppress Lin Lin. Everyone, let's attack together. Don't give this kid a chance. The people of the Purple Void Temple nodded. The cultivators of the Golden Ant clan also looked solemn. In the next moment, they made their move. Flames and terrifying power covered the sky and earth as they charged towards Lin Xian. In an instant, the void where Lin Xian was completely shattered. That scene was too terrifying. Kill! Lin Xian's body swayed and the unparalleled sword appeared in his hand. The terrifying sword law rushed into the sky. One sword split everything. The 2 saints vomited blood and flew backward. Their arms were cut off. Damn it, how could he be so strong? The sword law that he had just condensed was much more powerful. Don't be afraid. We'll use ice to restrain him. The 5 swords of Heavenly Mountain stood in 5 directions and used the Heavenly Mountain sword technique to freeze everything. The terrifying sword chi filled the air and enveloped the space where Lin Xian was. Frost formed on Lin Xian's body and around him. His speed slowed down. Great, I'll slow him down by 10,000 times. No matter how strong he is, he can't dodge our attack. Hurry up and attack. The boss of Heavenly Mountain shouted angrily. The others were overjoyed. Lin Xian moved like a snail in this world of ice. They attacked crazily. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The sun law spread out from his body. The 9 suns divine fire jumped and turned into one sun sword after another. It swept in all directions. Soon, it blocked the ice sword technique. His speed became faster again. In an instant, he dodged the attacks that filled the sky. Kill! Lin Xian was extremely powerful. At this moment, the 5-element sword, the sun sword, and the sword of death. The sword of yin and yang. All kinds of laws turned into sword chi, crisscrossing around him. The sun sword completely blocked all the Heavenly Mountain sword techniques and gradually suppressed them. It was as if 9 flaming swords were swaying between heaven and earth, crushing everything. The 5-element sword techniques kept attacking. The experts of the Golden Ant clan trembled. The sword of death swept towards the saints of the Purple Void Palace. The pitch-black sword chi could take away all life. Damn it! The people of the Purple Void Temple screamed. Before the black sword of death arrived, they felt that their lives were about to be taken away. They could only defend quickly. The monstrous flames swept through everything. They wanted to suppress it with their laws. But how was that possible? The strength of Lin Xian's laws was unparalleled. He split the flames and took away the lives of these people. Soon, 3 experts of the Purple Void Temple fell. The remaining 2 wanted to escape. But the 5-element sword technique caught up. The power of the 5 elements erupted. The various sword lights of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth sometimes scattered and sometimes merged. The 2 could not escape at all. Chapter 3962. It was too fast, so fast that they didn't even have time to take out their gourds before they died. The purple gourd spewed out monstrous flames, tore apart the sword light, and escaped by itself. Such sacred artifacts all had spirituality and could escape back to their sections. On the other side, the golden ant saw this scene and immediately took out the golden cauldron to defend. The pupils of the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain also constricted. How did Lin Wuti become so much stronger than before? Just as they were thinking, the great sun sword rushed over. There were 9 swords that turned into 81 sword lights that crisscrossed between heaven and earth, causing their sword formation to tremble continuously. Not only that, the sword of death also flew over and turned into a Taiji sword. The power of yin and yang circulated between heaven and earth. This sword strike was extremely fast. Buzz! A crack appeared between the brows of the 4th elder of Heavenly Mountain. Before his soul could escape, it was destroyed. His body also turned into ashes. A sword strike killed a top-tier sword saint. This made everyone's hair stand on end. Kill! Another one died. The remaining 4 of the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain roared crazily. They had to take revenge. At this moment, they burned their laws with an incomparable aura. The eldest of Heavenly Mountain even swallowed a bottle of pills. That was a kind of secret pill. In an instant, his strength and aura increased to an unbelievable level. Die! He attacked crazily. His strength was much stronger than before. Lin Xian's swordsmanship was actually suppressed. The swordsmanship trembled and many of them were sent flying. Some of their lights dimmed. One could imagine how powerful the eldest of Heavenly Mountain was when he was angry. Lin Xian didn't fight the other party head-on at all. This kind of strength that was increased by a secret technique couldn't last for too long. He just wanted to delay the other party for a while. After the other party disappeared with the secret technique, he would kill the other party. Therefore, he ignored it and directly used the Taiji diagram to deal with the other party. As for himself, he charged towards the golden ant. The other party was coming. The 4 powerhouses of the Golden Ant clan had extremely solemn expressions. If we join forces, we don't believe that he can withstand our strength. The 4 of them quickly attacked. They rode the golden cauldron and rushed over. This attack was simply too powerful. It could shatter anything. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He struck out with the sword of water of the 5 elements sword. The monstrous sword technique transformed into waves that surged in front of him. The water was incomparably soft. As expected, when the attack hit the sea, it set off monstrous waves. He did not hurt Lin Xian. Furthermore, he was sinking deeper and deeper, as if he was about to be swallowed by the endless water swords. Damn it! The golden ants looked gloomy. The waves formed by the water swords created a whirlpool, and their golden cauldron started to spin as well. This strangling power caused their golden cauldron to become heavier and heavier, and they were almost trapped inside. Spread out! With a roar, a large golden hand reached out and overturned the seawater. Only then were they able to escape. Humph! Lin Xian coldly snorted. The 5 elements law transformed into fire law, burning fiercely, cooperating with the 9 yang divine flame to rush out. I'll cook you today. Monstrous flames enveloped the golden cauldron. The golden cauldron bloomed with light to resist, but gradually, the golden cauldron became incomparably red. It carried a monstrous power, causing white smoke to rise from the inside of the golden cauldron. Damn it! The people inside were burned by the fire, and some of their skin was charred. The smell of barbecued meat wafted out. Damn it, let's fight it out. Was the other party trying to treat them as food? They had also heard that the other party was a foodie demon king. Did he want to eat them? One person controlled the golden cauldron, and the other three rushed out. The Golden Ant clan had boundless strength, so their bloodline was innately able to comprehend the law of force. At this moment, they used all their strength and struck out with several times their strength. It was too terrifying. Lin Xian activated the sword law and used 9 suns open the sky to compete with the other party. His palms seemed to have transformed into a long sword. As he opened and closed, it carried a sharp and indomitable force. Damn it, the other party's physique was too strong. He could actually compete with them. Not only that, Lin Xian also used an unparalleled secret technique. If the other party could increase his strength, so could he. When he activated 5 times his strength, with a bang, he directly shattered the other party's hand and the upper half of his body turned into a bloody mist. After the first Golden Saint was injured, the second and third were also injured. Especially the third one, his entire body exploded. Ah! They retreated frantically. Lin Xian struck out with the law of death again, turning it into a pitch-black lock that swept forward. No matter how strong the other party was, could they stop their vitality from fading away? Sure enough, the bloody mist of the 3 people instantly faded. They screamed in horror. They used all kinds of divine abilities to block and even broke through the void, trying to escape. In Lin Xian's body, the great dragon sword soul roared. Dragon-shaped sword qi slashed out. Together with the sword law, it killed in all directions. Those who escaped into the void and wanted to leave were all shocked out by him. In the end, the 3 golden saints were killed. The other one wanted to escape with the golden cauldron. Lin Xian rushed up with extreme speed. With a slap, he flipped the golden cauldron over, and the person inside was sent flying. He also died. After the Purple Void Temple, all the people of the Golden Clan were killed. The golden cauldron fled through the air. Lin Xian turned his head to look at Tianshan Elder. Tianshan Elder vomited blood. The Taiji diagram above his head was constantly bothering him. The elixir's time was almost up. Damn it, ancestral swords. Previously, he was eating elixirs. Now, he was using the top martial arts of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. That was ancestral swords. This was the foundation of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion as the holy city. Countless icy sword qi appeared on Tianshan Elder's body and swept in all directions. At this moment, the Taiji diagram was also sent flying. Let's kill him together. The 2 experts of the Great Sage City were killed. The surrounding people did not dare to attack. The only ones who dared to attack were the 4 people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. After the other 3 heard, they also used ancestral swords. Every one of them carried tens of thousands of sword qi. The 4 of them charged towards Lin Xian. The 4 of them were very strong. Even Lin Xian did not dare to face them head-on. Ancestral swords was simply a peerless treasure of a sword saint. Just looking at it made him extremely jealous. He kept retreating. At the same time, he struck out with the Sword of Water, quickly forming waves to block them. These sword qi, at the same time, he used stellar transposition, causing these people's ancestral swords to collide with each other, erupting with endless aura. It was useless. The 4 of them spread out and carefully controlled it. Today, you will die without a doubt. The 4 of them were like sword gods, quickly attacking. Buzz! The great sage tower trembled, and Murong Qingqing rushed out. Brother Xian, let me help you. She struck out the 7-colored phoenix and swept away 2 sword saints. I'll hold 2 of them back. With Murong Qingqing's bloodline and methods, it shouldn't be a problem to hold two of them back. Chapter 3963. He pointed his sword. A yin-yang sword light rushed out with a terrifying aura that could cut through everything. The law of swords surrounded it and jumped, increasing the attack power of this sword. Tianshan Elder and Tianshan Elder Fifth rushed over. Their attacks pierced through the void. The battle between Lin Xian and the other two was earth-shattering. The sect returning swords was very powerful. Lin Xian activated the secret technique of 5 times and sent Tianshan Elder Fifth flying. Tianshan Elder was still able to hold on. This surprised him. Someone could block his power of 5 times. Was this the sect returning swords? A cold light burst out from his eyes. His sword's soul roared and went all out. Another sword, 9 suns splitting the sky. Tianshan Elder was finally sent flying. Countless cracks appeared on his arm, and the sect returning swords was almost broken. His face was filled with fear. As a sword saint, nothing was more terrifying than the sect returning swords. However, the other party almost broke his sect returning swords just now. What was that dragon roar? Did the other party have anything to do with the Dragon Ball? Next, the dragon roar shook the sky. Streaks of dragon heart sword chi resisted the sect returning swords. Finally, Tianshan Elder's sect returning swords was broken. The sword split Tianshan Elder into 2 halves. All kinds of laws were used, and Tianshan Elder was blown up. Tianshan Elder Fifth screamed in fear. Suddenly, his head flew into the air. The yin-yang sword shattered his head. His soul escaped, but it was turned into chains by the yin-yang sword chi and locked in the air. The heavenly secret divine eyes released 2 soul swords and destroyed it. Tianshan Elder Fifth was dead. Tianshan Elder had just recovered when he was pierced by a sword and was seriously injured again. He was chased all over the world by Lin Xian. Impossible, elder brother. Tianshan Elder Second and Elder Third's eyes instantly turned red. They worked together to use the sect returning swords to blast the 7-colored phoenix away and wanted to escape. Murong Qingqing, however, yelled, "You want to run?" 9 slashes of the azure wood. She waved her hand and slashed 9 times in a row. These 9 attacks were too powerful. Even though Tianshan Elder Second and Elder Third had used the sect returning swords, they were still scared out of their wits. After 9 attacks, the 3rd elder of Tianshan Mountain was completely destroyed. Heavenly Mountain's second brother also lost an arm. His entire body was covered in blood as he frantically fled. How could this woman be so terrifying? Not only did the other party possess the bloodline of the phoenix, but he could also tell that this person was from the Kunlun Pavilion. The Greenwood 9 slashes was one of the Kunlun Pavilion's ultimate techniques. Murong Qingqing and Lin Xian teamed up to hunt them down, while Tianshan Eldest and Second Eldest fled all over the world. The surrounding people were all terrified. This news quickly spread out. When the people outside heard about it, they were stunned. How could this be possible? Lin Wuti had actually gone to the Palace of All Life and even started a massacre? Impossible. We've been guarding this place the whole time. How could he possibly escape? These people had all gone crazy. The 23 sword saints of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion couldn't believe it. Lei Zhen couldn't believe it either. Would anyone be able to escape from under their noses? However, the great demons of the demon city had ugly expressions on their faces. Damn it, he really did get it. Hurry up and chase him to the Palace of All Life. These people rushed over in a frenzy. The others were baffled. At this moment, Lei Zhen received a secret report. It was said that 9 Qilins had brought the Void Beast to assassinate him. Could it be that the Void Beast was injured and that kid got the Void Beast skin? If it was the Void Beast skin, he could indeed use the space to escape. Hurry up and go to the Palace of All Life. He also rushed over with the people of the Thunder God City. The 23 sword saints of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion also set off together. Because according to the news, only 2 of the 7 swords of Tian Shan Mountain were left. Moreover, they could die at any time. Hurry up and go to the Palace of All Life. These people rushed out in a frenzy. The Palace of All Life had long been in chaos. The people inside saw 4 figures. The one in front was escaping, and the one in the back was chasing after him. They knew that it was Lin Wuti who was chasing after Tian Shan eldest and second eldest. The remaining 2 of the 7 swords of Tian Shan Mountain were in an extremely sorry state. In the Palace of All Life, the dark red divine dragon, the toad, and the others had also received the news. They also hurriedly took action. Once the news spread, there would definitely be countless experts coming to hunt them down. They followed the tracks all the way. Countless experts had come to the Palace of All Life. Quickly find Lin Wuti, kill him, capture him, and obtain the good fortune on him. A huge storm was brewing here. In the end, the second eldest was still killed. Tian Shan eldest was seriously injured, but he was the strongest of the 7 swords of Tian Shan Mountain, so he was able to hold on until now. The sword light on his body bloomed. He had been using the 10,000 swords return to origin, and he didn't dare to stop at all. Because once he didn't have the 10,000 swords return to origin, the Tian Shan sword technique wouldn't be able to defeat his opponent at all. Not to mention, there was still the terrifying existence of the Kunlun Pavilion beside him. He had to wait for their main force to arrive. That would be great. Lin Wuti, you're courting death. Just as Tian Shan eldest was about to be exhausted and couldn't hold on any longer, a terrifying voice finally sounded between heaven and earth. Then, 23 sword lights broke through the 9 heavens and descended from the sky. They completely enveloped the surroundings. Oh heavens, sword saints, 23 sword saints. These were the experts of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. It's over, Lin Wuti can't escape this calamity. Tian Shan eldest was overjoyed. Kid, I'll definitely make you wish you were dead. Their people had finally arrived. 23 sword saints were enough to sweep through everything. So what if the other 2 were strong? However, he was still careless. The arrival of his teammates made him let down his guard. And Lin Xian seized this opportunity. The Sword Maxim, the Yin-Yang Maxim, and the 5 Elements Maxim erupted together. The Tian Shan eldest was directly sent flying. His soul was sent flying, and the Yin-Yang Maxim directly obliterated it. No! Tian Shan eldest was terrified. His fellow disciples were right in front of him, and he would be saved in the next second. However, the other party attacked mercilessly. How dare you! The 23 sword saints were completely enraged. Did the other party still dare to attack in front of them? He was courting death. The 23 of them attacked with all their might, and terrifying sword maxim erupted. The sword maxim of the 23 of them were different. Some were violent, some were cold, some had a strange flame aura, and some had endless coldness. In short, it was abnormally terrifying. Lin Xian still didn't dodge. He used the last of his strength to destroy Tian Shan eldest's soul. Then, he took Murong Qingqing and instantly hid in the Great Sage Pagoda. The 23 sword chi slashed on the Great Sage Pagoda, sending the Great Sage Pagoda flying. The void shattered, and all the living beings within 1,000,000 miles prostrated themselves. At this moment, everyone saw it. What a terrifying sword chi! It was the 23 sword saints of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. They should have found Lin Wuti. Let's go. These people all rushed over. Inside the Great Sage Pagoda, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing's chi and blood were surging, but it wasn't serious. Not to mention 23 sword saints, even 230 sword saints wouldn't be able to break the Great Sage Pagoda. Chapter 3964. Sure enough, their chi and blood only surged, and they quickly suppressed it. The Great Sage Pagoda floated in the air. This Great Sage artifact, Lin Xian's defense was already amazing. Damn it, the 23 sword saints launched a shocking attack and then caught the corpse of Tian Shan Mountain's leader. However, there was no aura left. Blood mist filled the sky. His soul was destroyed, and he couldn't be resurrected at all. Damn it. The 23 sword saints roared at the sky, and their eyes instantly turned red. Kill. Kill Lin Wuti and take revenge. They rushed over, but in the next moment, their faces turned ugly. Did the other party not die? The pagoda rotated between heaven and earth, but it didn't shatter. This was unbelievable. With the 23 of them attacking, even the minor saints would be able to take the lead, right? But the other party was hiding in the pagoda, and it seemed that he didn't suffer much injury. Damn it, the 23 sword saints attacked again. The void where the great sage was kept shattering. It spread for tens of thousands of miles, hundreds of thousands of miles, and even millions of miles. As for the surrounding people, they all chased after him. What happened? They were frightened and didn't dare to approach. Lei Zhen's face was ferocious, and the 9 Qilins also came with a cold expression. The sages all looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Lin Wuti had probably been killed to the point that his heart and soul had been destroyed. Damn it, these lunatics from the Myriad Sword Pavilion don't know how to show mercy. Lin Wuti had a lot of good fortune on him. They weren't worried about Lin Xian's life or death, but that the treasure would be destroyed. Not good, that kid will definitely die. The corner of the toad's mouth twitched. The dark red dragon and the north demon's face turned cold. Li Hongxiu's expression was solemn. Could such a violent attack be blocked? The sword chi disappeared, and the black hole dissipated. A pagoda floated between heaven and earth, and it had received a lot of impact. However, there wasn't even a crack on it. The light it emitted was too mysterious. Nothing happened at all. What kind of saint artifact was this? Could it be that it surpassed the moon grade? Was this a sun-grade saint artifact? These people were crazy. The other party actually had such a saint artifact in his hand. The faces of the 23 sword saints turned cold. Lei Zhen, the 9 Qilins, and the sages around them all had ugly looks on their faces. How could they fight like this? Capture their companions. Those people must be coming. At this moment, Lei Zhen roared. The others also came back to their senses. Yes, let's move. They looked at the dark red divine dragon, the northern demon, and the others, and attacked madly. Even Li Hongxiu was affected. Do you want to die? Li Hongxiu shouted angrily. She was the daughter of the Saint King, yet there was still someone who dared to attack her. The people who had attacked were shrouded in their auras. They could only sense the nomological laws, but they were unable to sense the specific abilities they used. These people had concealed their methods and were using some secret techniques to attack. They wanted to take advantage of the chaos to kill her. Damn it, Li Hongxiu's face was cold. There must be some people who were afraid that her rise would threaten those on the pilgrim rankings. Li Hongxiu's sleeves kept waving. The toad, the dark red dragon, and the others also counterattacked. All kinds of great chaos interweaved. Soon, they escaped. There was no other way. There were too many people. As the toad ran, it roared. Damn it, how dare you treat me like this? I will not let you off. As soon as it finished speaking, it was attacked by tens of thousands of thunderbolts, which charred its body. Capture them and make Lin Wuti surrender. These people's eyes were red. This was the only way. At this moment, the great sage pagoda also moved. Lin Xian naturally wouldn't allow his friends to be threatened. He rode the great sage pagoda and rushed over. With the power of the great sage pagoda, Lin Xian couldn't activate it at all. One attack would probably be able to deplete all of his energy. After all, this was a weapon that only the great sage could use. However, he only needed to fly, so there was no problem at all. He didn't need to use the power of the great sage pagoda. He could just charge forward and send out countless sword chi, which could send many saints flying. As expected, he forcefully opened up a path of blood. He led the Jiangbei monsters and the dark red divine dragon away. Then, he brought Li Hongxiu in. In the end, only the toad was left. Damn it, kid, you can't burn the bridge after crossing the river. I've treated you well. The toad was being chased by countless people and screamed crazily. In the end, Lin Xian also made a move and brought the toad into the Great Sage Pagoda. Everyone surrounded the Great Sage Pagoda. The Great Sage Pagoda was sent flying countless times and kept rolling. Lin Xian and the others inside were also boiling. Li Hongxiu was surprised. What level was this? Was this the weapon of the Sage King? Wasn't it too terrifying? She had only seen her father with such a weapon. She had never seen anyone else with such a weapon. Lin Xian didn't say the specific level. Instead, he said that with this thing, they wouldn't be able to break in. The toad kept roaring. Damn it, how dare they chase after me? I'll kill them when I have the chance. The dark red divine dragon and the others also had cold expressions. Damn it, counterattack. They began to attack with the Great Sage Pagoda in between. These people were very strong. Now that they didn't have any worries, they naturally attacked crazily. All kinds of magical powers and laws surged outside. Lin Xian even conjured all kinds of swords of laws and slashed horizontally and vertically. In an instant, many people were seriously injured. They all retreated crazily and distanced themselves. Damn Lin Wuti, come out if you have the ability. That's right, didn't you claim to be invincible? Why are you a coward? Leave this pagoda if you have the ability. One by one, the sages clamored. Lin Xian was in the Great Sage Pagoda. He sneered when he heard this. How dare you clamor with me? Aren't you just relying on your numbers? Who would dare to fight one-on-one? Not to mention one-on-one, who would dare to fight 1-on-10? Kid, ignore them. Hundreds of people are chasing after one of us. What kind of heroes are they? Just kill them through the air. Lin Xian wasn't afraid of 1-on-10. But now, it wasn't a problem of 10 or 20 people. It was a problem of hundreds or even thousands of people. With so many sages working together, no one could stop them. The toad was roaring. Its mouth could infuriate people to death. Damn, Lei Jin, aren't you awesome? If you have the ability, come out and fight me one-on-one. I'll slap you to death with one slap. And you, nine-headed Qilin, are you amazing? I'll chop you up and eat braised meat. Is the Myriad Sword Pavilion that awesome? 23 people are chasing after one. If you have the ability, come and fight me one-on-one. Didn't the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain get killed by us too? The toad's clamoring voice could be heard. The sages outside had ugly expressions. Damn it, they really deserved to die. Indeed, they really didn't dare to fight one-on-one. They didn't even dare to fight 1-on-10. The 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain, the 7 terrifying sword saints, were all killed. The others wouldn't be a match for them either. They could only rely on their numbers now. However, this trick was useless because they couldn't open the pagoda in front of them at all. Lin Woody, come out and fight me one-on-one if you have the guts. Lei Zhen stood out. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.